Welcome, everyone, to the Hope to Hope Conference 2021. I'm so excited that you're here with us, and I'm so excited to be joined by these beautiful co hosts. This year is a special year, and we'll be talking about that in a few minutes. But I want to just introduce you to my amazing co hosts this evening, this day. For some of them, it is not daytime. That's why I was hesitant because we have two special guests who are actually in completely across the pond, different time zone. It is what time there, Carrie?
It is 9 a.m., Kim, so the sun is up.
So it's morning for them this morning. Usually they're in Clubhouse with us in the middle of the night. And so thank you all for being the co-host. Carrie Zarb, Linda Bonney, and Melissa Bottorff Airy are the special co-host this year for Hope to Hope. And if you haven't met me already, I'm Kim White. I am super excited that you're here with us. This is a very special conference, and we will be telling you more about why it's so special in the next little bit. And it's a little awkward for me. I'll just say this is something I haven't done before in this way because usually I am the loudmouth one that is in the front. And so this year, for a lot of reasons, but I feel very honored that Carrie Zarb is going to be our MC tonight. She's actually going to take over and usher everybody in and out and do the things intro wise. So I appreciate you doing that, Carrie. And the other part that's kind of embarrassing is I'm actually the first speaker this year, and you will soon learn why. But I actually am turning it over to Carrie so that she can get this party started.
Excellent. Well done, Kim. Good job. And it's so great to be here with everyone. I'm super excited to help along the journey of this amazing conference. And yes, cannot wait to kick it off. And to do that, obviously, we need to get started with our number one speaker, which is the wonderful Kim White, the founder and fierce leader of the My Sexy Business team, a serial entrepreneur, author, speaker, podcaster, and collaboration. Oh, Kim, it says authority, but seriously, just collaboration genius is what I will say. So, Kim, it's great to have you here. Thank you so much for putting on this conference. I know how near and dear it is to you and to so many others. So, I think we can all be super grateful that we're here and be able to share our stories together. So, Kim, do we just kick into the questions?
Sure.
Excellent. So, Kim, we need to know from you, in what way were you broken open?
Well, Carrie, this conference is in honor of this actual broken open place. 20 years ago this week, and I am determined not to cry tonight, but 20 years ago this week, I came home after having a incredible Thanksgiving with my family and one of the best ones we had ever had. We a couple of days after Thanksgiving decided we were going to have a movie night with all my boys and I, and we had gone to town to get movies and popcorn. You think life is normal. You just came off this high of a great time for holidays, and then I drove up to the gate and the gate was locked. And only to find out that one of my sons had been shot in a hunting accident and had been life flighted to the nearest big town. And unfortunately, even before I got there, he had passed away. So when he passed away, I literally did not know how I would survive it. Like, that is really not the right words because that's such an understatement of how I felt. I was broken open in ways I had no idea were even possible. But when that happened, I actually was able to, I guess, regroup. That would probably be the right thing because you're never really the same. It's not like you are actually, the same person because things have changed you in a way that you can't imagine. No one wants to be in this position, and you don't want anyone around you to be in this position, but there is a difference. There is absolutely a difference.
So, Kim, thank you for sharing that. I know that that is, quite difficult to speak of still all these years later. I don't think that pain would ever go away. So, what good things happened because of this struggle that you went through?
Well, I think the biggest one is this conference. That is literally what created the opening for me. I feel like that those places that were cracked open in me actually gave me a bigger capacity. It made the capacity for loving other people bigger. It made me be able to serve better. It did a lot of things that just created the whole momentum that started this conference. That's actually the reason we're doing it, is in honor of my son and in honor of all the other people who come and share their stories. Because when you come in and you're vulnerable and you're transparent and you do those things, there's a difference than just giving a speech somewhere or talking at someone. It's telling those private behind the scenes moments that change us and giving hope to others. I feel like hope is so lacking in the world most of the time that we have to look for it. And when I was going through this, I wanted to know there was hope, and I found a lot of other people that needed to know it as well. So I became a hope dealer. Like, that was the thing that really came out of that broken place.
And Kim, you've got so many great things in your life. Just share with us for a moment, what does life look like for you these days?
Oh, life is very different. I'm an empty nester, that's for one. I am living a life full time RVing. My husband and I have what I consider to be the most blessed life on the planet, because we're getting to do exactly what we want to do. And that involves a lot of freedom, a lot of making impact for other people, a lot of serving. Like, all of those things are really our daily life. So I love that part happened. You obviously know I wouldn't trade all of this. I mean, or I would trade all of this for him to come back. Like, that is one thing for sure. I don't want to not say that. But that's not a possibility, and we are living that sweet life.
Amazing, amazing, amazing transformation. It's been a lot of years, understandably, and a tough journey. Never an easy journey, and certainly something that we would never want anyone to, walk the same shoes of, for sure. But Kim, I think you do amazing things these days. Just share with us quickly, because you help a lot of people. It's not just this conference; it goes beyond this conference. So just share with us super quick, some of the things that you've been able to bring to other people's lives, and how you've been able to help others on the back of this conference, as well as all the other spaces that you hang out.
Thank you, Carrie. I know that you're prodding me to like tell more, and I'm like trying not to. um I think one of the most exciting things for me is to watch baby or younger entrepreneurs grow up in the business world. I think that that's probably one of my favorite things, to watch someone birth, and I'm going to use a lot of terms like that. I can't help it, but birth their business or birth their podcast, their book, their speaking, their, the things that I have actually had the privilege of being able to do, and then turn around and be able to help other people do the same, to find their voice, to find a way to impact the world. And I believe that if all of us would impact others, who would impact others, who would impact others, we can multiply across the globe and change the world with kindness and using our voices, using our vulnerability, and doing the things that really matter, in this world. I hope that answers you enough, Carrie.
You're okay for the moment, and no doubt you'll be on the hot seat many times throughout this conference. I have absolutely no doubt at all. So, Kim, we've got a little while until our next speaker is coming up on stage with us. What else would you like to share? Maybe there's a bit more of a story and a journey that you've been on with the Hope to Hope conference. Many, many years of Hope to Hope in your life. So, what does that look like for you?
Well, I will make a princess confession here if you would like to know how it started, because it actually started from me getting mad. Like, it was in honor of my son, but I was mad because I had a certain mastermind group. And of course, this was years ago, but I had a mastermind group that was making excuses. They needed to put together an online event to highlight them because they were just super amazing humans. And they found every reason not to do it. And so I really literally got mad and I talked smack, and told them, okay, well, then if you can't do this, then watch this. And I got on, and this is a true story, but I got on 2 hours before I was supposed to go live for this conference and downloaded a streaming app that I had never used before. And started making phone calls. Hey, I need you to come on. This is the link. I need you to come on and let me interview you for this conference. I need you to tell this story. And since it had been, some time had passed and I had a lot of connections with people who had incredible stories, that part was pretty easy. But it was just kind of funny because I went 4 days. The very first one, I did it for 4 days, and it was absolutely amazing. I did an hour interview. That's too long. I'm going to tell you that. That was too long. But after that week was over and I just about needed like IV vitamins because it was so much. But it changed something in me as well. I had done smaller things, but that one was a really big one. And I'll confess, I did it all by myself. As far as I was the host, I was the MC, I was the admin behind the scenes, I was the one digging up bios and remembering what, people had told me and all of that kind of stuff, asking the questions. So I'm thankful, very thankful. I don't have to be mad or hardcore like that, anymore. But that's really my little silly story about why I started the conference.
Kim, I have absolutely no doubt that you pulled that off really quickly and it would have been amazing. And just saying for anyone tuning in, thank you for joining us. But also, we are not pulling a 4 day conference here back to
No.
back with 1 hour interviews. Let's be clear.
No.
Now, I would like to take the opportunity while we've still got a few moments, Kim, to hand over to our co-moderators and co-MC, the wonderful Linda, Bonnie and Melissa B, because Kerry can't say the surname and apologises well in advance for that. Ladies, is there anything that you would like to know about the journey that Kim's been on?
I'll jump in. I'll just jump in because I know that from what my own experience, and I no doubt yours as well, I'm sure you could also recognize your own journey in the stories that you were hearing from others.
Mhm.
Is that part of the impact that really shifted something inside you? And can you elaborate a little bit on that? And I guess the feeling that then starts to spread, the ripples that spread throughout.
Absolutely, Linda. And here's the thing. My hubby and I were talking earlier today about just some of the things, the short list, and there's a long list, but just the short list of things that I've been through in my life. And because of all those really hard things, including my son passing away, it has given me such compassion for others that when they tell their story, I can see myself in their story. I feel that, that I have been there with them, because it is something that happens I think we have choices when we are broken open from any kind of struggle. I think we have a choice of whether to be angry and ugly and stubborn and walled off, and I think we have that choice, but I think we also have the choice to get more beautiful. like the life can be more beautiful than what we feel like it can be during that struggle or at that moment, because it did not feel beautiful. That was the hardest thing I ever had to experience. But it's almost given me, and it's been 20 years, like I said, it's given me this, nobody can really tell me I can't do something. If I can survive that, you can't tell me what's hard, because there's nothing else in this life that's hard. There's nothing else, there might be a struggle, there might be something I have to do to, to overcome something else. But the truth is, that was the hardest. That was absolutely the hardest. And I will add, because I'm sure you all will bring it up anyway. but 3 months ago this week, I was in the hospital on a ventilator. And the truth is, that wasn't as hard as 20 years ago. Fighting for my own life was not even as hard as doing what I did back then. So it's almost like, whatever the world throws at you after you've been through something and you can survive that, you just get this strength. You get this, and I'm not a strong person just like because I, woke up one day and I'm just going to be strong. I think I'm a very strong person because I've been through so much. I have grown muscles and strength from all the struggles. So I think that that's another really important part when you're looking at something you're going through, knowing that there will come a time that it won't be like that hard, and knowing that it's making you stronger. It's making you able to do things in a different way than what you had planned. I didn't plan it. Most of the things that I've been through in my life, I have not planned those things. But the the awesome part is there is a plan. There's a bigger plan that was set out for me that I didn't know. And I feel like I have walked through some crazy stuff that makes me connect with other people. It makes me be able to understand, and I think we all have that opportunity. I think it's not something that's not a Kim White thing. That's everybody can do that if we take a moment, we really hear the struggle of someone else or the pain that they've been through or the story. I think we do have the opportunity to lean in and know them and love them and be good to them and spread hope. Again, back to that hope dealer. I can't help it.
I love that. I love it. I'm going to jump in because I just such an inspiration every time I hear somebody talk about how they found hope. And, when I think about grief, which is what your initial experience was, and I think about fear, which really is just the same thing. Joe Biden says fear never builds the future, but hope does. So it makes me think that I'd love to hear you speak a little bit to how you went from that place of fear to hope, because that's a journey.
It is a journey. And, I had some pretty messy places that I learned some hard lessons. After Justin passed away, one of the things that happened was and this is like full disclosure, so it's raw. I'm opening up the transparency pretty loud. Everybody be kind. That's the first thing I want to say. But I didn't know how to handle it. So I would take care of my other boys during the day and get them to bed at night. And then I would go literally to the cemetery where my son was buried. And I would go out there and I wasn't literally on the ground like wallowing, but I felt like I was really wallowing in the dirt because I had never felt pain that intense. I had never known anything that could, just from a thought, could take my breath away. I didn't know. I didn't have any idea. And so I was literally sitting out in the dark. Nobody goes to the cemetery at 11 o'clock at night, but I was sitting out there, and it was almost like I had a choice to make. That, like, and it had gone on for a few weeks, and then all of a sudden one night it was like I had a choice. I could stay there and be just devastated over my son who had passed away, or I could get up and go home and raise my other boys. And it wasn't that I wasn't raising them, but I was not present. Like for the grieving process in the beginning, I was not present. It wasn't that I was a bad mama. It was just that I was not able to grieve and be present like I wanted to be with them. And so that night I made a choice that, you know what? He's okay. I got to go home and make sure the other boys are okay. And not out of fear of, oh my goodness, something's going to happen to them, but out of, you know what? They need me to be their mama. They need me to show up. They need me to be there. And so something changed that night for me. I think I got hope. I got hope that at some point I was going to be able to heal up from that hurt. And I don't think until that moment I had understanding that it was possible. I actually don't even think I thought it was possible. I think I thought I was just always going to hurt like that.
Yeah, I love that. Carrie, do you feel
Yeah.
do you have another question?
I actually don't have another question, but I do want to spin forward again with Kim before we get to our next speaker. Because, Kim, I think, as we have all heard, this 20-year journey, and, that is such an amazing position that you're in at the moment. And I guess I want to flip forward again to now or more recent years. And like, you've walked this path, and I know that you spend time with others that have walked this path as well. What does it mean for you to have now, gone through those 20 years? Is that something that I know you share that with others, and you are, super helpful to a lot of people in this space, but, what has that meant for you? What has that journey kind of really changed within you as a human?
I think I just serve bigger. I think I was a giver before, but I think I now understand how to give better. I think I can recognize what people really need versus what they're saying sometimes. A lot of people, especially when they're dealing with loss of a person, other people will sometimes avoid them because they don't know what to say. And the thing is, you don't need to say anything. Love on them. Like I needed hugs. I needed someone just to let me cry or let me tell stories, because even 20 years later, I'm going to be honest, when I start to talk about him publicly, I have this hesitation because I don't want to bring the party down. But there are a lot of times I want to tell a fun story about him because it was an amazing thing. But the next thing that I know is someone will say, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And I'm like, "Yeah, but wait, I want you to hear the amazing part." So I think sometimes one of the things that I would love to spread on this Hope to Hope for sure is that if you are dealing with someone who's going through something, don't walk away or be worried about what, that relationship. Be there for them in the way of listening. It's not the saying that they need, it's the listening. You don't have to put your cape on. You don't have to fly in and rescue them. They have to walk that journey. But how amazing it is when you don't have to walk the journey by yourself. So maybe that's today I feel like I can do that. I feel like I can go in and help other people going through things without feeling like I have to have all the answers. I can show up and be there for them.
That's amazing, Kim. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that as well, because I think that is really important, to walk with others as well through your journey and, recognize definitely what you said there about recognizing what people are saying versus what they might be feeling on the inside. And I'm sure there's plenty of amazing people that are going to join us today that have that great intuitive insight within them from their own journey. So, yeah, I appreciate that so much. I do want to quickly briefly mention that we've got some comments coming in on the live stream. So for anyone tuning in, just in case one of those platforms fails you, we are on YouTube, we're on Facebook, and we're also on the My Sexy Business website. So if one of those channels happens to go down for some reason, please hop over to one of the others, because we're super excited to be here and be live streaming to everyone that's tuning in. I'm just checking some of these comments, Kim, and it's just amazing the amount of people that are reaching out, and we just appreciate everyone joining us so much. We probably may not be hopping into those comments too much, but we will whenever we can. And certainly there's a lot of chatter on the back end, and we appreciate everyone being here with us.
Mhm.
Amazing.
Thank you, Carrie and Linda and Melissa, for your questions. This does mean a lot to me that you all are taking the lead of this conference. So thank you, thank you.
You're very welcome.
It's our honor.
Yep, you said it before. It's a journey you can't do alone, and that doesn't just apply to your story, my story. It's right here, right now.
Thank you.
And I think that's something else to recognise, ladies, that even 20 years later, you're still on the journey. You know, it's not a journey that ends, let's be honest, for anyone that's been through anything in their life. And all our amazing speakers, they're going to share their stories today. We're all still on the journey, no matter what we've been through, and walking with others. And, you know, with the Hope to Hope conference is such a massive highlight of how we can walk together and hold each other's hands, and certainly, you know, embrace little communities in our worlds to help us along our journey, and help each other and help others on their journey if their journey is just beginning as well. Okay, I think we're just about ready for our next speaker. Would you agree, ladies? I think we've gotten there
Yes.
pretty well.
We're ready. Let's
We're
go.
on time. Yay.
I'm so excited for the next speaker. I can't wait.
Okay, so we are going to bring up our next speaker. So while we do that behind the scenes here, I am going to introduce the wonderful Vanessa Walker. Vanessa is a life strategist and is an expert at bringing life's different seasons into perspective. As a coach and founder of Gillian Walker Management, Vanessa thrives on supporting others in achieving their highest calling every day. Vanessa has shared her story of hope, perseverance, and joy with thousands of people worldwide as a featured speaker and media contributor. Her life experience is vast and includes seasons of abandonment, betrayal, cancer, infertility, and grief. Her first book, Make Room for Joy, was published in August 2020 and challenges you to get real about pain while cultivating joy in the middle of life's most complicated seasons. Although Vanessa calls Brooklyn home, she currently resides in, okay, help me out here, people, NC.
North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Thank you very much. Little Aussie over here. And she can also be found singing, eating good food, and hiking is one of her loves. Pepper Joy is the family dog, and Mr. Walker is her hubby. So we are super delighted to have Vanessa with us today. Welcome, Vanessa. It's great to meet you.
Oh, it's so good to be here. I'm just so excited that this worked out. I've loved meeting Kim and speaking with her on occasion, and just always find such synergy and connection in every conversation that we have together. So I am thrilled to be a part of this conference.
I'm thrilled you're here, Vanessa.
That's amazing. Thank you for joining us again, Vanessa. It's super great to have you here. Now, Vanessa, we have a couple of questions that would have been sent to you prior to joining us today. So thank you again for being here. And the first question for you is, in what way were you broken open? I believe you have a wonderful story to share with us.
Yeah, I mean, Wow, I loved when you sent the questions. You highlighted share one story. I don't know if Kim gave you that advice because I'm very long-winded or not, but I will try to only share one story. And I encourage everyone to pick up the book, Make Room for Joy, and you can read the rest of them or some of them. But I'll start with a brief overview of my life. You gave it in my bio, in the sense that I was abandoned as a child, adopted, went through some really rough identity things as a young person, ended up in a relationship that wasn't healthy, and then found myself going through a divorce and having cancer all at the same time. And I've had cancer twice now. I've dealt with infertility and a variety of other unfortunate and sad things um, that have related to that, and some of my other journeys. But for this purpose, I thought that I would share the time in my life when I was diagnosed with cancer the first time. And I share that because it was a time in my life where I was I was already completely broken. My ex-husband at the time had just left me for the second time. I had been married since I was 21 years old. I was 30 at the time. Uh, I was alone in New York City without family. I was a struggling opera singer. And I really felt like a loser. I mean, I felt like nothing. And I remember growing up thinking, I don't believe in divorce. I grew up in the church. I grew up in a faith-based community. And I would always say, well, I don't believe in divorce. And as an adult now who's divorced, I say, well, you can say you don't believe in something, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And so I change that now, and I say I prefer not to be divorced. Um, my Mr. Walker will be happy to hear that. But at that time, I couldn't believe that the possibility of divorce was upon me. I couldn't believe that the man whom I had chosen to spend my life with uh, would so change in such a drastic way over a short period of time, and go from loving and honoring me to really dishonoring me, both in his words and his actions. And it made me question who I was as a person. What kind of person am I that I would allow myself to even be in this relationship? And coming from this portion, or this place of abandonment and rejection as a child, being rejected by this man whom I'd given my life to really brought up some severe issues of trauma that honestly I didn't even know existed. It wasn't until I was in my early 30s that I went to see a therapist for the first time. And it was during this period of time. And I remember the therapist saying to me, I kind of told her my life story a little bit, and I glossed over the fact that I was abandoned and adopted. And she said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa." She's like, "Okay, let's rewind for a second." I was like, "Oh, no, 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 that happened when I was a kid." And she's like, "No, no, 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 no. Let's just sit there for a second. Let's talk about that a little bit." And it was life changing for me. And so as I was starting to go through this transformation and trying to come to terms with what was going on in my marriage and what was going on in my, non-existent career as an opera singer at the time, I found out I had cancer. And I have, I am long-winded, and I did write a book. And so my husband would say I'm very good with words, but I have very few words to describe the feelings that I experienced on a regular basis during that period of time. It felt like a full circle betrayal. It felt like I had been consistently betrayed or abandoned since the beginning of my life. And now my own body was betraying me. And I remember standing in front of my mirror in my dimly lit apartment, little tiny Brooklyn apartment, the kind of apartment that has the refrigerator in the living room. Okay. That's the kind of apartment I lived in. And I remember standing in the mirror and thinking to myself, if people don't love me now, how will they love me after this? How will they love me when I'm scarred, outwardly and inwardly? And it was unbearable. I mean, it was unbearable. There were plenty of times where I found myself suicidal. I had never dealt with my severe depression and anxiety that I had as a child and as a young person. And so that was coming up. And I was embarrassed about what I was feeling. I grew up with a mom who was manic depressive, and there was a lot of shame attached to her mental illness. And so I was afraid to even acknowledge my own fears about hurting myself, my own fears about, am I going crazy? And yet it was all happening. I mean, I couldn't stop it from happening. And I remember one day waking up in my apartment by myself. I was in the middle of chemo. I was bald. I was sick. I had a rough time with chemotherapy. And I remember waking up and dragging myself from bed and going out and waiting for my coffee to brew. And at that moment, a light started shining through my window, and it kind of hit my face in a way that warmed it up. And it was cold in New York. I was in New York City, in Brooklyn. It was cold at the time. And all of a sudden, it was like between the sunlight and the smell of the coffee, knowing that the caffeine was coming, and just the fact that I had made it out to the kitchen that day by myself, all of a sudden there was this peace that washed over me. And it's hard for me to describe it, but it's like in that moment I realized that this here is a destination. This moment is what I have. And it was shortly after that I began to really think about, what are my options here when it comes to how am I going to move forward? And I realized that I had two options. And this is what I tell people when they are going through things. I say, in life, we have two options. We can either choose hope or we can remain hopeless. And you'll say, oh, no, you can, there's got to be something in between. No. Those are the options. We are either choosing hope or we are remaining hopeless. And what I realized is, through my own trial and error, was that on the days that I chose hope, I felt better. Now, my circumstances didn't necessarily change. I was still estranged from my husband. I still had cancer. I was still nauseous. Like, all of those things were happening. But the way I interacted with my circumstances did change. The way I showed up in my circumstances did change. And slowly, as I began to show up differently for myself, not for other people, for myself, change began to happen. And I began to realize, oh my gosh, like hope is the lifeboat in the middle of the sea of crisis, right? Hope is the place that will protect you when you feel like the world is crushing you. And hope is intimately linked to faith. It's intimately linked to our ability to see past crisis. Without hope, we don't have anything. And when people say to me, you know, I always say, listen, you can have whatever faith base you want, but I strongly believe that everyone believes in something. Everyone has to believe in something if they want to have hope. People say, well, you know, no, I don't believe in much. I'm like, no, you believe in something. You may not believe in the God I believe in, but you believe in something. You believe in hard work. You believe in money. You believe in love. You believe in the universe. You believe in something. That's what gets us up in the morning. Because if we don't believe in something, we don't have anywhere to place our hope. So a lot of people talk about hope. And my question always is, okay, you can talk about hope, have hope, but where are you placing your hope? And learning that process, whew, man, that's taken a good 10 years. I think I'm still learning that process.
Vanessa, thank you so much for sharing your story and your journey. And it's certainly, I'm sure there's so much more to it. I can just imagine that, yeah, definitely such a great story to share. Thank you so much. But the next question is, what good things have happened because you went through this struggle?
Yeah, I really love that question because, well, I should say I love it and I hate it a little because it's one of those questions where you're like, oh gosh, do I really have to find like the glass half full side? And the answer is yes. Yes, you do. And for me, what I have learned is that pain and suffering is really the pathway to purpose. Um, there are very few things that unite everyone in this world, right? I mean, I'm sure that just looking at the women that are on this call right now and thinking about where we grew up and how we grew up and what our experiences have been, totally different. But grief and loss and pain and uncertainty, that unites all of us. We've all experienced those things. And over the years, as I began to share my story, I started to shift from just wanting to share the details. Because listen, when I share my whole story, people are usually like, wow, oh my goodness, that happened too. And they can get really fixated and focused on the details. But my goal always is that when they leave the room or leave the Zoom, that they don't necessarily remember the details of my story, but that they see their own story differently. Because it's all of the feelings between the lines and the details of my story that actually unite us. And what I've realized is that because of my pain, because of my grief, because of my mistakes, I have the superpower that a lot of other women have too, of recognizing pain in other people. You know, I really appreciate it. I actually wrote it down, Kim, when I was in the waiting room. I really appreciated that you said crisis helps you serve bigger, to give greater. And I mean, I couldn't say it better myself, that we as human beings have an innate desire to belong, to be seen, and to also contribute.
Absolutely.
but we can't help if we've never been helped. We cannot see suffering if we've never suffered. We can't actually be truly empathetic people if we haven't experienced pain, because that is actually what helps us be empathetic. Otherwise, we're just giving pity and sympathy, and that's not helpful. I don't want pity and sympathy. I mean, if I told one more person when I had cancer and my ex-husband had just left me, I have cancer, and that look on their face, it's so annoying. Like, some people didn't even want to look me in the eye. And, I get it. Not every person in your life is equipped to help you through every circumstance. I'll say it again. Not every person in your life is equipped to help you through every circumstance. So sometimes you're just going to have to give people a pass, and not expect something from them that they can't give you. But what I love about crisis, what I love about my own journey, is that it has allowed me to see crisis in other people. It has allowed me to be comfortable with that yucky, uncomfortable place of not being okay. There's all those memes out there nowadays that say it's okay to not be okay. And my question is it really okay if I'm not okay? Because you don't know my version of not okay. It can be a little ugly, right? It's uncomfortable. I can be mean. Being not okay is kind of ugly. Grief can be ugly. And so when people say it's okay to not be okay, I always wonder, well, is it really? Are you willing to get into that muck with the people that you care about and be there for a moment, as opposed to just trying to pull them out with some sort of toxic positivity? Because that's what we need. It was like what Kim said before, when she was going through her own loss, she didn't necessarily need people telling her it's going to get better or have faith or whatever. She needed someone to sit down with her and say, hey, man, this really sucks. This really sucks. And that's what I love about my crisis. That's what I love about my experiences, is that I'm less flustered by other people's experiences. And in fact, I'm kind of drawn to them because it makes me feel better about my own.
Thank you, Vanessa. Kim, did you want to add to Vanessa's story and her journey?
Of course I do.
I knew that. Captain Obvious.
Oh, Vanessa, I love that, like, so many things about your different philosophy, because you don't have the same philosophy as most about, avoiding everything and not feeling any pain and all the things. I love that you embrace the messy in the situations, and you do it with other people. You literally will get in the mess with somebody else and let them be messy, because it is messy. I mean, I don't know how to make it any simpler than that is the truth. It is messy, and it's okay that it's messy. That's the part that's okay, is that we don't know how to do something we've never done. We don't know how to go through something we've never gone through. And your way of going through it and my way of going through it may not look the same. And when we put that judgment or that blueprint in front of someone and say, but this is the way you have to do it because this is how I got through it, I think that is the danger. I think that is a dangerous, proposition. And I love that you call it toxic positivity also, because and I know you're controversial with that statement, but I think it's awesome, because there is a toxicity that will build up in us if we don't feel what we actually feel. I do need to choose to be positive, but not in a toxic way.
No.
I also
No. No,
Go
and
ahead.
I'll just add to that. One of the ways I like to describe it, because sometimes when I talk about positivity, people will get a little like, oh, like, but there's all this stuff that says being positive is good. I said, well, I didn't say being positive is bad. But I describe it in this way. Like, it's like we're a vessel, right? And so we all have this stuff. And so I got, rejection issues and, issues about how I look and all different kinds of stuff, loss, and that's all piling in, right? And so what ends up happening is that we're feeling bad because we're stuffed, right? It's like how we're all going to feel after Thanksgiving here in the United States. We're going to feel real gross, right? We're stuffed. And so what happens is often when we're feeling really bad, we'll go to something to try to make us feel better. We'll go to Instagram and try to get a quote. We'll go to YouTube and try to watch something. We'll read some sort of inspirational book. And there's nothing wrong with any of those things. But what happens is that we put that in on top of all of the crap, right? Well, then it's just going to fall out, right? It's not going to stay there because the crap is taking up all the space. It's not sustainable. So I always say, listen, you've got to get into the crap first, and you got to pull the crap out. You got to pull it out so that then you can layer the bottom with joy and hope and peace and truth. I talk a lot about the difference between feelings and facts, right? Feelings are real, but they're not always factual. They're not always based in facts. And so being able to get in that muck, figure that out, allow the things that are supposed to be complicated to be just that, complicated. And then when you have some anger or some recurring trauma or something that jumps in to your vessel, that's the thing that's going to fall out first because you have a base that is solid. And so for me, the toxic positivity comes when we're just trying to put a Band-Aid over things. And when we do that, what we're doing is you're constantly in need of that. It can become an addiction, right? And I kind of refer to it as spiritual entrepreneurship, right? Where people are giving people all of this, these affirmations. And again, I'm not anti-affirmation, so please don't tweet at me. I'm not really on Twitter, so but what I'm saying is that it's not so two-dimensional, right? It's so much more complex than that. And if we're only giving people these kind of boosts here and there, then people just have to keep coming back for it. And I mean, it's a brilliant business model, but it's not necessarily helping people to heal from within. I mean, my goal is always like, I recently had a client who I was working with and said, I don't think I need to work with you anymore. And I was like, I love that. I'm going to miss you. But, she had moved on. She had figured out what she needed to do after her crisis. And that's a really beautiful thing because she didn't have to keep coming back for some sort of boost from me.
I have to tell you, Vanessa, that's one, like, I know that story. You and I have talked about that before. Yeah. And I have to tell you, that's one of my favorites, though, because you're empowering other people instead of handicapping them. You're empowering them instead of keeping them in that place that they need you or they won't make it. And I think I love what you do. I love how many people you help, and the fact that you make yourself available to do that, because it takes from you like bandwidth. It does pull from your reserves, but I love that you are willing to help other people in that way.
Oh, well, thank you. And the only thing I can say to that is that people have been willing to do it for me.
Yeah.
And so I am only here because of the people that dragged me out of bed when I wouldn't get out of bed. I am only here because of the people that screamed in my face and told me I had to go back to therapy when I told them I hated them. And they said, I know you say that now, and you got to get yourself to a therapist. I am here because of my husband, who in love will, when I go into a depressive mode, which I do have on frequently, will say, listen, you got an hour. You can lay in that bed for an hour, and then you're going to make a decision. I'll give you 3 choices. You can shower, you can go for a walk, but I'm going to pull you out of the bed. So be prepared. I'm only here and able to pour into others because people continue to support me and pour into me.
Well, thank you for being the person that you needed. Like that's the whole thing, is thank you for turning around and being that person for other people, because they need that too.
Mhm.
Until Mr. Walker, thank you for getting you out of bed every time, because I appreciate it.
I will. Don't worry.
I like Mr. Walker too. He's kind of,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yes. And you'll know, like, in the book, I refer to him as Mr. Walker, and I explain why, but that's how I talk about my husband, Mr. Walker.
Amazing. Thank you, Vanessa. We've really enjoyed this conversation with you. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Thank you for coming here and giving us your time. We are so, so grateful to you, and certainly great to have you as part of the Hope to Hope conference. And yes, any final words before we head on over to our next speaker?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just grateful to be here. I'll let people know that they can find me on Instagram, Vanessa Joy Walker. My website is the same, VanessaJoyWalker.com. My book is available, Make Room for Joy, in all formats. You can even hear me talk it out loud if you want on an audiobook. And I would love to connect. I answer my emails, so I'm not that famous. So send them on over. I'd love to connect with you guys.
I think my team is putting all that in the comments, just so you know.
Perfect.
So thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you,
Thank
Vanessa.
you.
Oh, that's amazing. So good. I love Vanessa's story. That's really, really inspiring. Absolutely. Fantastic stuff. So again, I will just mention for anyone that is tuning in, we are live streaming to Facebook, YouTube, and the My Sexy Business website. So thank you all for joining us. I've been seeing the comments come through. It's fantastic to have everybody with us, and we're excited to be here. And boy, do we have a lineup of speakers for the next 2 days. So this is exciting, Kim. Thank you again for putting this together and having all of us join you for it as well. It's certainly our pleasure to be here. So we've got a couple of minutes until we have our next speaker. Kim, did you want to add anything in at this point in time?
I just appreciate Vanessa, and I want to say that out loud again, because she has done several, like, we've had conversations about different things, and her viewpoint of things is not to avoid the things, but to go through them. And to me, I think it's just a different way of looking at it. I think she's right about some of the business opportunists who do things to, make you feel good for 2 seconds, but she really does help people learn to be better, from then on. So I think anyone who is hurting or grieving and needs someone to go through that with them, she's an incredible human.
I know.
I just want to
Go ahead. We do this all the time.
Yes.
Normal.
Everybody has something to say. I just want to touch on something really quickly too, that as far as laying those foundations of the better feeling emotional states, it's very hard to do that when you're in the pit of it, when you're in the moment of it. And I think that's sometimes the falsity that we're delivered, in that we're trying to fix something when we're in this place where we're trying to get here, when really we're down here somewhere, and that place up there is just way too unachievable. It's those tiny, tiny little steps that really make a huge difference.
Great point, Linda. And I want to add to that too, that when you avoid the dealing with it, or you avoid the truth of the facts of it, I think that keeps you down and vulnerable to those kind of thoughts, like that. Okay, I'm just going to take this magic pill and it's going to be this way better situation or this way better thing, and that's not how it works. And we have bought into the quick because we like quick. We want it to be over now. And I think it's such a good point that you bring, that when we are down so far, it's the little. I can remember, and I'll be honest, I can remember putting a sticky note on my bathroom mirror that simply said, brush my teeth. And it was because when I was so grieving, I didn't, all the intrinsic stuff that, we had learned for years and done for years, there was none of that. I didn't remember that I hadn't had a shower. I didn't remember that I didn't brush my teeth. I didn't remember to eat. Like, those were just some of the things that I had to literally get real kindergarten and, set up things where I would remind myself, okay, this alarm would go off and it's time to go and do this thing. Or I would not have taken care of myself at all. And I think what you're talking about is that we are sold a bill of goods sometimes, that we can have this big thing happen when really we got to brush our teeth. We really got to start there.
Yep, that sums it up so well. Yes. Yep.
That's so true.
Melissa, were you going to say something? I'm sorry, I got off on the brushing the teeth.
Oh, no. It's I was just going to say how much I enjoyed Vanessa. So much of what she said, even life experiences. I have not had cancer, thankfully. But I have had so many of her life experiences, and I was just drawing so many parallels, and she's speaking my language. She's the same kind of no nonsense, go right into the fire kind of person. And I just really enjoyed her talking about choosing hope or remaining in hopelessness, because I feel like I draw that picture a lot of times that, we really do have to choose hope. I think a lot of people think it's going to show up. It's just going to show up and suddenly hope's just going to be living there. And we truly have to choose. That's why I talk about leading people toward hope before they can go into healing, and it's about them finding their hope. It isn't, like you said, it isn't about, when she even shared about someone said they don't need her anymore. I thought that's in everything that I'm trying to do. That would be the ultimate thing for somebody to grow into their own, where they don't need the tools. They've built their arsenal. They've got their foundation. So I just loved hearing everything she had to say. It was 100% my language. Yeah.
I love it. We are definitely the hope dealing pack over here. That's what.
Well, ladies, we are up to our next speaker. So we have someone pretty awesome, I'm just going to say. We have the wonderful Jill Olish, who's in the back studio and coming up on stage as we speak. Jill was born and raised in New York. Jill is happily married and the mama of a sweet little boy. She is a licensed funeral director turned to Jill of all trades. Jill left her 9 to 5 after her maternity leave was over and is now a work-at-home mum. So, Jill, it is fantastic to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm happy to be here. You might hear some Cocomelon in the background or something, and currently trying to feed him dinner, but Declan is with us to join the conversation too.
Fantastic. So, Jill, please share with us, in what way you were broken open. I'm sure there's a bit of a story behind this that we need to know.
Sure. Oh my goodness. Okay. So honestly, it's actually my experience in having a child. Holy moly. I was not prepared at all for everything that would come from the day I got pregnant to today. And it's still something that I am working through. But ultimately, it was a pregnancy that I did not enjoy. There was nothing wrong with the pregnancy at all. It was completely textbook, healthy all the way around. It actually cured a few ailments that I had. I can't complain on how smooth it went, but I hated every second of the 9 months that I grew this child. I know it stinks to hear that, but everyone's going to have a different experience in their pregnancy or anything to do with a child, as you can see. But it's how I felt. And I know there's other people out there that felt the same way. And then my postpartum journey was definitely not what I expected it to be either. I did not bond with my son during my pregnancy. I felt no connection to him whatsoever. So I was really banking on the fact that maybe I would have that connection when he was born. That didn't happen either for me. And not until, it had to be like 3 or 4 weeks later, finally, I felt some kind of a connection. But it just wasn't fun. And then it led into postpartum depression, anxiety, rage, OCD. And still to this day, we're going on 18 months postpartum, and I still struggle every day with it. But I have figured out ways to cope. I figured out how it actually happens when it happens. My episodes of extreme overwhelm and overstimulation, but it just wasn't. It has broken me down, and it breaks me down every month. It's always around my menstrual cycle, and that's when your hormones are being pumped into your body anyway. So that just makes complete sense correlating the two of them together. But along my journey, I did write down how I felt, and I did want to read that for this part of my story because it is something that I share with the Postpartum Resource Center of New York, who I volunteer with whenever they ask me to come in and do some speaking engagements with them, because it is something that is powerful and needs to be shared and will potentially impact other moms who may or may not be feeling this way, as well as some professionals that need to know that moms can feel this way.
We'd love to hear that, Jill, if you've got it handy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jill, can I say something really quick before you go, though? I want to say to you out loud, like publicly, how proud I am of you to be brave enough to share that that's how you felt, though, because that's not what the acceptable way to feel is. And I know that you've had some judgment passed on you because of that. And I think you are so brave and so courageous to come and share this publicly, knowing that that's the possibility. So thank you for being willing to help the mamas that need to know that there are other ways to feel about things.
Thank you for saying that, Kim. It's my mission postpartum as my child destroys my house. Okay. So I wrote this again when my son was about 4 months old, and I am talking about his 3rd week of life. So I'll just go ahead and start with that. It's going to be looking off the screen while I read this. So Declan is almost 3 weeks old, and I'm still hating motherhood. All of my disappointments and the tough parts of the day have created so much discouragement that everything that I had wanted for him, I want to give up on. The sleepless nights, sore nipples, endless feedings, his crying, my crying, not showering, trying to stay hydrated and fed, and isolation is extremely frustrating and exhausting. Maybe if I just changed a few things, it would get easier, but I don't want to give up because it's not what I was expecting. I want to stick with my decisions because I couldn't in my labor and delivery, and I don't want to take any more of my decisions away from my own deciding. I don't want to hear that it will get easier or it will be worth it. You'll see. I know this already, and having others tell you that when you're struggling does not help. It actually hurts. It makes you feel ashamed for feeling so crappy, for them to have to even say it. Really, I just want to be validated in my feelings. I want to know what made you feel like giving up. I want to know that I'm not alone in hating some days. I want to hear that sometimes when he won't stop crying, and I've already fed, changed, given the pacifier, and tried everything else I could think of, I just have to walk away for a minute and breathe. Maybe even have a quick cry too, because before trying again, and that it's okay to do that. And that is still to this day how I feel. So that is my story and what has broken me, and what I try to still overcome every day.
Jill, that is so powerful, and I agree with Kim. We all agree that this is so brave of you to step forward with your story and share this with all of us, and we just are so thankful for that, first and foremost. We actually have quite a few intriguing questions from our panel, so if you don't mind, would that be okay if we maybe hop over to Linda first? Is that okay?
Yeah. Yep. All right. So much relevance as my 13-month-old lays in bed after he fell asleep 10 minutes before I had to jump on here. And I've been broken open every single time, like really broken and torn apart, and experienced a lot of deep rage that comes from nowhere, and anger and frustration. And I just identify so much with your experience and your story. I'm still in the thick of it, and I think we're often fed this idea that, once they turn 12 months, then everything's fine, and it's actually an ongoing story. I'm still experiencing it with my older two, who are 9 and 7.
Oh, wow.
And I think we also concentrate so much on the birth stage and the delivery and the birth, and painting a very beautiful picture of affirmations and candles and beautiful relaxing music and everything else like that, that the after effects of that and the balancing that's needed of our hormones alone, and the fact that we're pushed back into work very early and we don't have the village around us that we used to. There's so much that happens in that 4th trimester that is completely normal, yet also unspoken as well. And for me, it's definitely torn me down and picked me back up again at the same time. And it's reformed relationships. It's done things like a cuddle 1 minute and then pulling hair the next. It's just
Oh my gosh, really, child.
There was proof live right there, right then.
right there. It sums it up. Just sums it up so much. And it's such a journey. It is such a journey that we go through. And
I know you want your cereal bowl, but it's full.
And look, for me, a lot of my anger and rage and absolute slap in the face frustration.
That's what it looks like, Jill, right there.
Has
so
been
sorry.
It's just at the idea, like, I was so angry at the pressure and expectations on me.
Yeah.
The pressure and expectations to have it all together, to get over it, to be calmer, to be less of this, less of that, less of everything, while knowing deep down that something's not right here. This isn't just depression. This isn't just a hormone imbalance. This isn't just tiredness. It's so much more than that. Yeah.
Thank you, Linda. Yeah, thanks for hopping in with that. Melissa, you've got something as well for Jill?
Yeah, I mean, Jill, I wanted to say first that, I mean, the bravery and, I'm so proud of you. I'm definitely old enough to be your mother and have a child your age and grandchildren. And and my daughter struggled with all 3 pregnancies, and I just would like to hear you talk a little bit about where you are in this brave journey right now, because do you feel like you have found some of the hope that you need in being able to go out and advocate even when it's difficult, and to go out and find some of the other people that are feeling the same things you are, normalizing how you're feeling? Because I know I work in a world of trying to normalize things that other people want to put pretty pictures over or platitudes over. They want to say, oh, just do this and you'll get better, or feel, and life is harder than that, and life is more real than that. So I'd love to hear you talk about, as you're living the thick of it right at the moment, how you've made that choice to go, find some hope in being an advocate.
Yeah. Like I said before, I volunteered with the Postpartum Resource Center over by me, and having that experience sort of made me prepared. And when I wasn't prepared, I realized there were probably a lot of other people out there that were not as prepared as me. And I had the perfect opportunity to go ahead and share what I knew and how I felt, because I had the support from the Postpartum Resource Center. The woman that runs it is a very, very close friend of mine, and she said, there's no way that you cannot not share the story. You have to talk to people about it, because they need to know from another mom that it's not all butterflies and flowers. And right now, I did therapy for a few weeks, probably about 2 months or so. And at the same time, I was writing a self-care and a harmony in your day kind of freebie to give away as part of my Mom Outspoken business. And I was really getting in tune with making my everyday and my business flow for me in routine and help us out. And I felt really great. And I decided to stop, because I was like, I think I know what I'm doing. And then 2 months later, it hit me all over again. So thank goodness I know exactly when it's going to start. And it's actually like to the day when I start PMSing. It just happened this weekend. We're out to breakfast, and all of a sudden my husband says one thing and I get defensive and I just attack him for no reason. There was absolutely no reason for me to say anything to him in regards to what he said to me. And that's when I was like, wait, let me check my phone. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm starting PMS. Like, this is the rage period now. And it's a few days, it goes on. And then I then get into a depressive state when I start my period. And that's another 2 days or so. And that's when I figure that has to be some kind of a hormone imbalance or a deficiency. So I'm actually working with a nutritionist to kind of figure out what's going on, what kind of foods am I eating that could better that. I have implemented a morning and an evening routine. I'm working out more. I started a new nutrition program that I've implemented. And while I feel great for the 2 weeks before my cycle starts, I still feel like crap once the cycle goes. And it's always just because my son tugs on my pant leg. Like, it's so stupid, that trigger, but it's what triggers me. And I had a lot of hope that this time around, since I started all these new changes and new routines, that this might be a different time. And I think I'm recognizing the signs more and understanding why I feel the way I do, like the triggers. I'm recognizing those triggers and being able to, like I said in my story, stop, walk away, do my crying, or figure out what the heck I need to do next, and then go back into it with a clear mind. Does that answer your question or give you some more insight, Melissa?
Yeah, it definitely does. I applaud you, because if I go back to when my daughter was born 8 years ago, wow, time flies. Which she's, my oldest child, the bravery that you're showing wasn't there. and we just had to muddle through and figure it out. And if we weren't feeling perfect and you know, we weren't experiencing all of those hallmark moments, we just had to buck it up and deal with it. And you're right. I mean, some ways you probably have it harder because there's this perfect Instagram. I think about all the pictures out there that they're doing the bundled up baby in a cup or whatever pictures, and the one is on it and the two is on it, and you know, the baby looks, everything looks perfect. So on one hand, the pressure is greater than ever to live that life, and on the other hand, we also have this global in touch community world where we can really express ourselves and say, you know what, there's another side to this too. And so you did, and I can't applaud your bravery enough and see you as a person and a human having a very real human experience. And thank you for sharing it.
Thank you.
I agree. And Jill, I actually have a question for you just out of absolute curiosity. When was your son born?
June 28th of last year.
So during the Great Freeze?
Yes.
Oh, right.
So we were isolated for a little while. And,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was encouraged highly to have either or both, a postpartum, a birth or a postpartum doula. And I kind of feel like I'm grateful that I didn't have a birth doula because they wouldn't have been allowed with me anyway in the hospital. So kind of okay with that one, but a postpartum doula would have, I think, helped me out exponentially. And so that is my recommendation for any and all mothers, is to get, if not both, at least a postpartum doula. And there are programs out there that offer assistance if you cannot afford it, because that was one of my concerns. And you can also put it on a registry now. You can put anything on a registry. And so I always highly recommend doulas as well as food services, because those were the two things that helped us out quite a bit.
That's fantastic, Jill. Thank you for sharing that. And for anyone tuning in, or someone might know someone, you know, that's potentially, you know, in the same situation and can definitely use those tips. So appreciate that so much. Linda, did you have a question before we hand it over to Princess Kim?
Yes, I did actually forget my question because I got so involved in your story earlier. I'm like, oh, this is, just so very relevant. When thinking about where you are currently, is it easier now to see a little bit more of the hopeful future that you're creating for yourself and your family?
Yeah.
Because I know when you're in the thick back at 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, or when you're lashing out at your husband for no particular reason, it can be really hard to actually see that future. Can you tell me a little bit about how that looks and how that shifted for you?
I definitely see hope that it's going to get better, because everyone tells me it does. Like, yeah, I just don't know when it's going to get better, but that's okay. Having that desire to make it better and do what I can to heal myself and putting in the work in to get there is what makes me know that I'm going to be okay and that there is light at the end of my tunnel. I think the changes that I've made over the last, or wanted to make, I'll say I've wanted to make these changes over the last few months, but I didn't put them into effect until literally 2 weeks ago. And while I've felt great the last 2 weeks, I had such high hopes that this week was not going to happen the way it did, but I didn't give it enough time. So I think next month, check in with me, and hopefully we'll have a better story and answer for that, saying things have changed, because now I got to take out gluten from my diet and see if that is going to help. It's probably ending up going more plant-based diet with my nutrition and exercise. And one of the things is getting more sleep. Right now it's 5.5 hours of sleep I get every night, and it needs to be more. And that really could be all that fixes everything. But it's going to take a few more weeks for me to really get it into play.
That's fantastic, Jill. Congratulations on making changes. Like, I think that really needs to be recognized that you want this to happen and you do have that light at the end of your tunnel. And it's test and measure. Like, you've got to go through, take this out, put that in, and swap that around. And this could be, you know, a little bit of a journey that you've already been on. And we all pray that you are in those final stages of, you know, ticking the right boxes, because it's a guess. It's
Yeah.
really probably so much guesswork for you and what's been happening. So, yeah.
And then Declan starts daycare in January, so I'm really hoping that makes a lot of changes. Really stick in there and for the better.
Not far away, not long. Kim, did you want to add something as well, please?
Well, I just want you to I guess wrap up, Jill, with the good part of a bad situation.
I went off
Because-
script. I actually went off script because we had other questions, and I thought, well, you know, do I get the crowbar out and ask for the good? And like, I didn't want to, you know, like, ooh.
Oh no.
But
well,
yes, we do need to know that 100%. So, Jill, sorry to cut you off, Kim. Jill, what good things have happened because you went through this struggle?
I have created Mama Outspoken. That is my biggest flex for what's going on. But I've also created relationships with other moms who have been through the same exact thing as me. Not same exact, but has the same feelings. I mean, obviously, Linda and I now have a new connection. But like, I have a neighbor who I didn't know until one day she walked past the house with her child who was 2 months older than Declan, and lo and behold, she has very similar issues, and I've been able to be a friend to her and assist her. I've like 4 or 5 other girlfriends that are like that now, and it's created so many relationships. And it's almost like, you know, the olive branch. You just reach it out, and then it goes from not just me to that person, but now it reaches out past that. And that's the intention for Mama Outspoken as well, to do that. So that's where my goods come out of it. I'm really trying to get the word out that it's okay to not be okay, and that you are an enough mom regardless of what you're doing, and your child will love you regardless of what you think and how you are with them.
Amazing. That's so good, Jill. That is so good to connect with others that have gone through, going through, still, you know, battling like yourself through these struggles is fantastic. That you've been able to form this little community, you know, and this network of people that can help each other. And I think that's just beautiful. It really is. And to find out that it's your neighbour of all people,
Yeah.
so close, you know, that's great as well. So that's amazing. Kim, did you want to add anything?
Well, I just want to again say how proud I am of you, Jill, and for the world to know that it's the Mama Outspoken Village is like what Jill has created. She's literally helped other mamas be okay with telling how they really feel instead of hiding it. And she's spoken on like many stages. She's like spoken for the state of New York and things like that. So I giggle. And just so everybody knows, I have to wave at my boy because that's what he's doing. This is what we do. So thank you, Jill. Bye, Declan.
Bye. Say thank you. Thanks, guys, for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jill. Bye, Declan.
Bye.
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 Jill is fantastic. Oh my God, what an amazing story, and so brave, I have to say out loud once again, because that's just so good. I'm so proud of her as well for coming forward, being so brave to share everything that she's gone through. And honestly, it's starting to sound like there's a lot of people that are in the same boat or have been down that path, maybe still on that journey. So Jill is doing amazing things to help so many people. That's just fantastic. So I will remind everyone that we are live streaming. Thank you for joining us on the Hope to Hope conference. We are live to Facebook, YouTube, and mysexybusiness.com. And if any of those channels go down, hop over to something else because we'll be here for a little while longer. That's Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for all your comments as well, by the way. We're getting comments on the back here. We do have a number of people across those comments. So we just appreciate all of that support and certainly enjoying bringing this stream to everyone and our amazing speakers. This is so, so good. And Hope to Hope is what it's all about. So thank you once again, Kim, for putting this conference together and having us here with you as well. So we appreciate that.
It's amazing.
It is,
It's
right?
amazing. It is. It is.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yep, I thought there would have been. I've got boxes of Kleenex lined up over here, as I shared with you guys before we went live. I've not touched one yet. I'm okay. It is all
I've
good.
come close. I was close.
very
I was
close.
close.
On the edge every time, on the edge, but no, holding it together.
Oh, well, we've got Judy waiting. Maybe she's gonna help us.
Oh,
with
it could be. Could have spoke too soon for sure.
We'll fall
for
apart
sure.
in a few hours. We'll get off and we'll just be like, oh.
Well, can I just put out the common thread for everyone that is willing to come on and be a speaker for this particular conference and event? They all have a high level, that would be a better way to say it, a high level of courageousness about them and a high level of bravery, because you never know how someone is going to take what you say. They may take it in a wrong way, and every one of them understand the possibility of that. And vulnerability, just as a definition, is the willingness to be exposed to danger or harm. And the fact that everybody on this is absolutely like on point with their courage, I just have to say thank you out loud, because that is a huge deal.
It is. It definitely is. Okay, well, we are at the half-hour mark. It is time to bring up our next speaker. We are super excited to have the amazing Judy Hoberman with us. Now, let me just get ready for this one, peoples. Judy is the president of Judy Hoberman and Associates, a company focused on empowering professional women. She is an award-winning international speaker, best-selling author, trainer, and leading authority on women in leadership. With over 3 decades in business, that's 3 decades, by the way, Judy combines wisdom and humour with her behaviour shaping behaviours, and is often described as transformational. Judy was a TEDx speaker talking about prejudging people. She is the author of 4 books, including Selling in a Skirt, Walking on a Glass Floor. Oh, and there's 2 more that I don't have the names of, so I apologise for that, including Judy's mission is to help one woman a day by following her important philosophy. And I've got some gibberish on my side, so I apologise about that. But I do have want to be treated equally, not identically. I've got squiggles, peoples. What's happened to the bio here? Judy, fill us in, please. Please fill us in. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. I have no idea what the squiggles are, but I'll be happy to fill you in with whatever you want. My tagline is women want to be treated equally, not identically. So whatever those squiggles are, that's what it means.
Perfect.
They were the cheers. They were the like streamers from the pom-poms we were all waving. That's what it was. And I want to add to that bio just a little bit. And I believe it was left off probably intentionally by someone who sent it in, but I'm just saying, Judy was also awarded Coach of the Year just recently, and she's the most beautiful booty kicker you will find on the planet. I keep calling her this because it's the truth. I just want everybody in the world to know it.
I'm adding it to my bio. I promise. I'm adding them both to my bio.
Oh, that's fantastic. Judy, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time so much and joining us in Hope to Hope. And we do have a couple of questions for you. And the first one is, you wouldn't be here without a question, right?
Like it's got, I am the question queen, so go for it.
Yay. Fantastic. Judy, please tell us, in what way were you broken open? I'm sure there's a story here that you have to share.
Oh, goodness. So there's lots of different examples of it, but the one that I think is probably the most effective and meaningful for a lot of women is the way that I grew up. I was not seen as anything more than a pretty face from my father. I was just one of those pretty girls. And and he never ever said to me, "You're smart," or "I appreciate you," or everything. He'd always say, "You're a waste of time. You take up too much time. You get in everybody's business. You're this, you're that." And I kind of listened, but I let it go in one ear out the other until when I was graduating high school. So we're going back 4 decades now, and this still is like right here. So at the breakfast table, there was this envelope with all these really pretty ribbons around it and whatever. And I'm a recovering perfectionist, but I knew at that point, you have to untie each one the right way. You don't rip everything apart. Everything has to be perfect. Anyway, so I opened up this envelope, and inside is this invitation and an application that said, "Congratulations, you've been entered into the Miss Queens beauty contest." Okay. Now, number one, I never thought I was beautiful. I thought I was cute. If anybody remembers what Gidget looks like, that's what I look like. I had the pigtails. I had the little knitted bathing suit. I was cute. And then it said it was that my father had entered me. And I thought, you know what? This is not me. Not that there's anything wrong with beauty contests, but I wanted to go to medical school. And that's kind of like the other end of the spectrum. Anyway, so I'm trying to decide in my head, what should I do? What should I say? Should I say nothing? And I decided that I couldn't just sit there because it's not what I wanted to do. So I said, I'm not going to do this. And I unentered myself. And my father re-entered me. And I unentered me. So this went back and forth a number of times. And then my father sat me down and he said, "Listen to me carefully. You have to enter. You have to win, because all you are is pretty and you'll never amount to anything." Okay. Did anybody else feel the knife? Because I still feel it.
That was sharp.
Yeah. And I thought, okay, so this is how he truly feels about me. And it's very difficult, especially when you go into into the workforce and you're supposed to be, this professional woman, and that conversation comes creeping back at the most inopportune times. So, I went into lots of different businesses, and I finally went into insurance, which I thought was my home, which it was for many, 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 many years. But as I went through insurance, and as I ended up with 3 agencies of my own, and as I went into the corporate office, I knew that there was something bigger for me that I needed to do. And so at a very ripe old age of 55, I jumped ship. I left corporate, and I was making a lot of money, and I had a really good position, but I was in the wrong place. And so I jumped. And when you jump and you resign, you lose everything, right? And so I had to sit myself down and say, okay, what am I supposed to be doing? Because I couldn't figure it out by myself, and nobody was there to help me. I wasn't married at the time. I had already been married, and I wasn't any longer. I had 2 children that were grown, and and I really feel for Jill, because there's so many parts of it where you hug your kids tight and you hope that it works, and then they're not, whatever. But my children were not here, and so I really had nobody to talk to. So I talked to 3 of the most important women in my life, me, myself, and I. And I said, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to be? And I decided that if I was going to have started all over at that moment, I would have wanted somebody that looked like me. And I don't mean look like me, but somebody that would have been like me. And so I had to go from this broken person into the person that all these women were looking for, that I was looking for. I never had that. So I became that person. And that's how, this whole story started and ended. But the point of the whole thing is that when somebody breaks you, it's very hard to put back the pieces, because it's never going to be the same. It can't be the same. And you know as well as I do that when you break something like glass or a piece of china, even when you put it back together, you still see the lines. So even today, like when I first started my company, every time I'd walk on stage, I would hear him say, "You're never going to amount to anything. All you are is pretty. You're never going to amount to anything." So I would have to really talk my way out of it. And the time that it really let it dismiss from my life was when I did a TED Talk, because I told that story for the very first time, and in front of people I didn't know. And I wasn't sure if I was going to get through it, and I had to work my way through it. And then I just remember releasing it. And so even though I've released it, when I talk about it, I still feel it, but it doesn't own me anymore because I know I'm way more than nothing, you know? So that's what happened.
Judy, thank you so much for sharing that, and we appreciate you, being so vulnerable with us and sharing your story. And yeah, there's definitely a sharp knife in that one. Like that is just so real, and I think it can relate to so many people. Some of these things that we've experienced and those little demons that we carry with us are pretty hard to let go. It's pretty hard to get rid of that and be okay with that and reach that point. So I do need to ask the next question though, because there's always a silver lining.
Mhm.
What good things have happened because you went through this?
So I think one of the first things that happened, Carrie, is that when I did the TED Talk, when I was done with the talk and I got through the whole thing, there were young women sitting there. You're only allowed to have a certain amount of people when you do a TED Talk, and and so part of the audience were high school girls, and they all came up to me and they said, please don't ever let us go. We need somebody to take care of us, and just because we don't have a lot of money doesn't mean we're not worth anything. And this is what everybody tells us, and they tell us mean things and nasty things and all these kind of things. And all I wanted to do was just like hug them tight and tell them you're way more than enough. And so we talked, and we all cried a little bit. And so that was the very first thing that I actually saw, these young women, these young girls that just needed somebody that they could look up to and say, you're awesome. You're really awesome. So that was the first thing. The second thing was that I'm married to the Colonel. So he has 2 daughters, and his younger daughter has 2 daughters. And so the older daughter, she doesn't think a lot of herself all the time. She just doesn't. And she's going to be turning 18 on Monday. And I remember the first few times that I met her, I kept saying to her, you're awesome. You're just awesome. And she would say, no, I'm not. I'm like, no, seriously, you're awesome. And we were at a museum together, and we were standing on this floor, and right below us was a mosaic piece, and it said awesome on it, like right below our feet. And so I looked down and I said to her, what does that say? She said, I'm awesome. Right. So that was a good thing. And then, of course, now I get to work with women of all ages and all stages, and making sure they know the value that they bring, because it's so important for somebody that is not, your spouse or your significant other, or somebody that has to say you're great or whatever, from somebody that is looking from the outside. And yeah, I could be a booty kicker like the princess says, but the truth of the matter is I only want the best for you. And so that is the silver lining, that I get to do what I love every single day without the internal chatter telling me that I'm not good enough.
But Judy, I think we need to recognize that you've made that happen. You took those steps, and you empowered yourself and embraced, for that journey, and to be able to be in the position that you are now to help so many others.
And I do agree that I did a lot of that myself, but I also, I needed to get help, and I'm not saying, that I was, suffering or anything, because I wasn't, but it was really more about my mindset. I had to change my mindset. If I couldn't change my mindset, how was I going to help anybody else? So I talked to people, and I got involved in groups, and I started mentoring young women and listening to what they were saying and what they were going through. So yeah, it was a combination, but it takes a village. I mean, nobody does this by themselves. Nobody does this by themselves. There's no way,
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. The village is such a powerful thing, and definitely something that we all need, and recognizing that we need it as well is part of that journey too. I am going to open this up to our panel. I feel like Kim is just dying in the side there, like she is just, kind of bursting at the seams to jump into this conversation. So we're going to head over to Kim first.
I tried to not ask anything, Miss Judy. I tried to be quiet, but it's just not possible.
It's okay.
I think you are a classic example for all of us that have had the trash talk, or had someone say something that stuck in a way that we carried and kept inflicting on ourselves. Like, we are the ones that have carried the knife long after they stopped. What would you like? I would really love for you to just give some sort of an example of something you did to change basically the knifing of it. You know, how did you stop letting that knife I realized the epiphany, but there was something you did to walk that out. Can you share something that somebody listening that's struggling with that could start at least applying or finding the right people to help them, with that?
Yeah, I think that part of it is you have to know who you can trust, because there are people out there that say, oh, yeah, I'll help. And yet they could care less about you, and it's the truth. You have to find the people that you trust. And really what that takes is having some wonderful conversations with people. When you meet somebody, have a conversation with them and just see where they stand. Not everybody's going to be your friend. Not everybody's going to love you. And that's okay. But you're going to know instantly, like you and I knew instantly, Kim, and we've never met in person. We knew instantly that we were going to be in each other's lives. We knew that. Okay. I can tell you that I have a feeling a lot of times where I take a step back because somebody's energy is so not where I'm supposed to be. So one of the things I will say is listen to your intuition, because it's never wrong. And when you go against it, it's never good. So that would be the first thing. But then I would also say that wherever you are, whether you're in high school, whether you're in college, whether you're working, you have to know who you can talk to. And I have to caution you, you can't tell everybody your whole entire personal life. That is not what this is about. Mm-hmm. But if there is something that you can just have a conversation with somebody, that is going to help you. So let me go back to the TED Talk for a moment, because when I was going to do this TED Talk, I knew how difficult this was going to be. I knew how hard it was going to be. I had never said it out loud. I don't even know if the Colonel actually heard the whole story or not, because I don't know if I ever shared 100% of it. But I do know I was a nervous wreck. The whole week, I was snarky. I didn't want to talk to anybody. I apologized to my family up front. I apologized on Facebook to everybody. I said, if I am snarky, just ignore me, because it's not me, and it's not. But I was very concerned about not getting through the whole thing. I was very concerned about missing how I was going to tie it together, because the TED Talk has a theme and you're supposed to, get it together. I was just nervous. And so a friend of mine who does neuralistic programming, which is, reprogramming your thoughts and your mind and everything, she said to me, let me just have a conversation with you. She said, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions and I just want you to listen. And so this might help other people that are trying to do something, because it's going to set a different perspective. So the first thing she asked me is, when you watch a TED Talk, what is the first thing that you hear? Now, if you go on any TED Talk, the very first thing you hear is the applause. That's how they all start. Then she said to me, what color calms you down? And I said, purple. She said, okay, what are you most afraid of? I said, I'm afraid I'm going to miss something. I'm not going to tie it together. I'm not going to get through it. I'm just like a nervous wreck. And she said, okay, is there anything that you're wearing that means something? And I said, yes, my wedding ring. So she said, okay, before you set your foot on the stage, take a deep breath. She said, I want you to hear the applause. I want you to be surrounded by purple. I want you to know you're not going to miss anything. And I want you to turn your wedding ring. Okay, like we all know, okay, so it's like, woo-woo, it's never going to happen. But I thought, you know what? If this is what she does for a living and she does really well, I'm going to listen to her. So before I stood on the stage, I took a really big deep breath, and I listened to the applause, and I saw the purple, and I knew I wasn't going to miss anything, and I turned my wedding ring. So I get on stage, and you have to remember that in a TED Talk, there's cameras everywhere. You have to stand in this little circle, and I'm a hand mover and a shaker, and you have to stand in this little circle because they have to video you, and it's very bright. So you can't see anyone. And I had said to my husband, please don't sit in the front, because if I see you, I'll burst into tears. I couldn't see him anyway because it was so bright. So here I am on the stage, and you have 18 minutes, which they really like 15. And I'm in like minute 5, and I could feel it coming up, like feeling it. And I knew I wasn't going to get through it. So I turned my ring again, and it stopped. And so I did the whole talk, and I got through it. At the very end, I burst into tears. I did, but I got through the whole entire thing until the very end. Okay. when this was all said and done, right after that, that's when I met all the young girls and so on. And we get into the car to leave when everybody was finished. And my husband shows me all the pictures he took. And one of the pictures was him of me turning my ring. And I knew that was the moment.
You're gonna make me cry again.
I'm just
and I
getting my
got this
picture. I don't know about you.
Till next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's Carrie's Kleenexes?
Yep. There's
She has a
truckloads.
line of them. Yeah.
But the truth is, if you can have a little system for yourself and just talk to yourself. I have conversations with myself all the time. Well, before I got into stage, I would say, "You're awesome. You are so awesome. You are amazing." I would look in the mirror and I would talk to myself and say, they didn't tell you to come here because you're not worth anything and because you're not enough. They think you're awesome. I know I'm awesome. And I would have these conversations, and then you start to believe it, and then you're awesome. And that's the end of it. Now, it doesn't happen, overnight, but it does happen.
So, go ahead, Melissa. Go ahead.
I just love how beautifully you tie it all together, because you talk about all your broken pieces and the imperfection and all of the issues with self-esteem, and then you bring it to this place that I love, which is, you were talking about your subconscious before you said, neuro-linguistic programming, which is all about the voices in our head, essentially. I mean, we can call it whatever we want, but that's what it is. It's us being our own worst enemy. And that's where 80% or more of our thought processes come from, is not from our conscious waking thoughts that we put in front of us. It's from those self-doubting feelings that happen that come from, most of the time, mine, like yours, come from how I was parented, who I was parented by, and the things that I heard, and those stay with you. And it's interesting, because when all of my pieces broke, when I shattered from the loss of my son, and I was looking at those pieces, and years in, putting them back together and them not looking the same, you would think that at the heart of that would be my loss. And what I ended up finding when I went and found some help was at the heart of that was issues that were still unresolved in my self-esteem, in my programming. And in order to get to that next place and actually finish piecing together my broken heart from my loss, was that I had to become enough. And I just love that is one of your biggest messages, is helping young women and women of all ages to know that at the heart of a lot of the things that we have to heal is ourself first.
Yeah, and that's so true, Melissa. It is so true, because we are the hardest on ourselves, and 80% of the conversations that we have in our heads are negative. 80% of them are negative. So just imagine what it would be like if we could get rid of some of that. And that's why you have to be able to just decide that all those things that we're saying, most of them don't come true anyway. And that if we could just eliminate some of them and decide that they're not necessarily truths. What they are these beliefs that we have, but they're not truth. And so we have to make the choice of saying, okay, it's something, I need to look at this and I need to figure out how to get rid of it. And you're not going to do it by yourself. You're not. And you shouldn't do it by yourself. That's the whole thing about women. We're so strong, we could do it by ourselves. People always look at me and say, "Oh my God, you're so strong." I'm not that strong. And I wish somebody would say to me one time, "It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay." Right? Because they think you're so strong that you could just stand up to and it's not true. I have been misjudged and prejudged my entire life. It's not just from my father, it's from everybody that's ever met me. They say to me, "Oh my God, you're put together so well. Look at you. You don't need this. What do you need that from? Look at you." That's not the truth. That's not who I am, but that's what I dealt with my entire life. So the TED Talk just brought it out. But it's been like that forever. In high school, I didn't make cheerleading. I mean, really, how could you not make cheerleading? I didn't make it. And yet, that is such a long time ago. Yet my friends will say to me, "Oh my God, you were the best cheerleader ever." I didn't make cheerleading.
Hey, Judy, do you think when people are coming, I say at you, because sometimes it can feel like an attack of "you're so strong and you're so successful" and blah, blah, blah. Do you think that then starts to add expectations? And start to then question, well, maybe I should be strong, and let's pretend and let's keep going. Do you want to just expand on that quickly?
Well, yeah, because you do. You start to pretend. You start to take on this persona of what they want you to be rather than who you are and what you want to be. I mean, always had to be strong. When my mother died, I mean, that was the biggest crisis in my life. Everybody said to me, oh my goodness, I can't believe you're not just bouncing back. Bouncing back, I mean, and right. And my husband at the time, he said to me, you're always so strong. And it's been like 4 weeks now. How come you're not bouncing back? And I looked at him and I said, when you lose your mom, you tell me how you feel. And I have to say that, I mean, I had been divorced for 19 years and married now for 9 years. And his mom passed away a couple of years ago, and he called me and he said, I need to apologize. He said, I didn't know what that was going to feel like. But because you're so strong, I thought you would just get over it. How do you get over anything? Think about everything that we're talking about here. Who gets over? You don't get over it. You might be able to deal with it better, but you don't get over anything. You don't. My mom was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma 2 days before Thanksgiving. She died 2 days before Christmas. You tell me how you get through that. You don't.
You don't. You learn to live with it.
Right. And it's 28 years. It's not like, yesterday, but you don't get through it because there was no closure. So you have to create the closure. But it's, you just don't say, okay, I'm done now. I'm good. Okay, I'm fine. All my broken pieces are put back together. It doesn't work like that. And people just assume that that's who you are, that, you're good. Gotcha. It's not like that. So now that I've just thrown all that at you, oh my God.
I think that one of the things that you say, though, and I have witnessed this, I have lived this with you, as far as you are a great cheerleader, by the way. You made the team. You just maybe didn't make it in high school, but you made the cheerleading team because you are the squad leader in my world. You absolutely cheer everybody around you, on to victory. But I do want to make the connection for everybody too, that in all of this struggle that you went through, the good part, I want to just bring this out, is how many lives are being changed and transformed because you are transforming lives by what you help them learn how to do differently and be differently. I don't even think it's the doing comes after you learn the being. When you're confident, you don't have to do that to be confident. You are confident.
Right.
So you are such a beautiful example of that. And it's not, I don't know, how are you able to help these, these women, no matter how old they are? Because, I'm young, but I'm 54 young. I just want to point that out. But how are you able to do that? What have you done to create a really, because you have methods to your madness. You are doing things to help other women stand up and be confident. So tell us what you've done from this experience, from the things you have learned. What are you doing today to do that? What does that look like in Judy's world?
So I think in Judy's world, I see women that sometimes I see myself in them. And, me as a younger woman, and me as a young girl, I see and I know what I would have loved to have. And so I become that person. I'm a really good listener. I listen to what everybody says. I take copious notes when I'm talking to somebody, so I get that in their words, because I want to make sure that I understand what they're going through. And I've done a lot of things. And sometimes I've done what you're attempting to do. And so I can help you. But first I listen, and then I ask questions, and then I say, would you like my help? Now, some people say no, and that's okay. But a lot of people say, I would love your help. Could you please help me? Or sometimes I will say to them, let me help you, and let's get through this, because this is what's standing in your way right this minute. And, and sometimes they go, oh, okay. But then they see it, because I don't want to cause anybody any harm. I'm a very kind person. I compliment people I don't know and just tell them how beautiful they look, or how energetic they are, or how they're, their aura about them, something. And they're, people don't hear kind things all the time. And I know that. And so if I can change somebody's life by saying something nice or by doing something for them, that's who I am. That's who I'll always be. There's nothing more important than my family. Nothing gets in the way of my family. Nothing at all. But beyond that, I've taught my children how to be kind. And my children are very kind. You know, my son and daughter are very kind people. I try to give that same example to my bonus daughters because I didn't raise them, but I have them now. And so I want to make sure that they know what kindness is and their children know what kindness is. And I think that that's a big part of it, Kim, because when you're kind, a lot of things, a lot of doors will open and you're able to help more women and men as well. You know, I love the men that encourage women and champion women. So I just want to make it so we live in a world where there's respect and kindness and generosity, because we forgot all of that. We forgot to say please. We forgot to say thank you. People don't know what the golden rule is. They just don't remember it or they haven't been taught it. I want to be the one that's going to make a change in where we are and how we are. And that's really what my goal is to impact people and to influence people and just show them what a world could be like if you're just kind to each other.
Well, I'm gonna say you are doing that very thing that I'm a witness to, and I have like daily experience with that you are an amazing human, and you do have ways to help people. If anyone really needs to build their confidence muscles, I really think that's one of the biggest things. If they need to learn how to do that, I would highly suggest going to Judy and you know, getting connected, because I think the connection part is important. What you said is very important too about following our gut. You know, I knew I would belong to you from about 2 minutes into our conversation, because you are just that kind of a person, and I love it.
You still needed your booty kicked.
I do. You know, the truth is, everybody close your ears, you know, but the truth is I need my booty kicked daily usually. So I'm thankful that you signed up.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. And I think what all of you are doing is just amazing. You know, when I see that you and Carrie are doing what you do on Clubhouse, it brings a smile to my face, because you're impacting so many people. Linda and Melissa, I've never met you before, but I know that when you're surrounded by these women, that you can only do great things. And so that's what I love. I love to see women that really empower each other, because empowered women empower women.
Could you say that again?
I said empowered women empower women. It is the truth. I mean, it's simple, but it speaks volumes. It's the truth. If you feel empowered, you can empower somebody else. And wouldn't that be the best cycle to continue? I think it would be.
Don't underestimate us.
Yeah,
don't underestimate.
Exactly, Linda. Fantastic. Yes. Judy, thank you so much for joining us. And we are just so grateful that you have given us your time for such an amazing event and shared with us your story. And I apologise for missing some of that in the end there, but certainly our pleasure to have you, and thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready for our next speaker. We are doing well.
Goodness.
Fantastic. And just a quick reminder for anyone tuning in, we appreciate all the comments coming through. We are streaming live to Facebook, YouTube, and the My Sexy Business website. So it's super great to be here, and we just are enjoying ourselves probably too much, to be honest, but that's a good thing. So definitely enjoying the Hope to Hope conference. We would love to welcome our next speaker, which is the wonderful Yvonne Marchese. Yvonne is the host of the Late Bloomer Living podcast. She is also a professional photographer, a mum, and a wife. She is nearing. Okay, not sure what I was supposed to say there. The age of 50, as she was nearing the age of 50, she realized that she was telling herself a disempowering story by getting old that was affecting her health and relationships. Yvonne believes it's never too late to pursue a dream, and that the stories we tell ourselves have tremendous power. Changing her story about aging inspired Yvonne to start the Late Bloomer Living podcast, where she is on a mission to redefine society's ideas of aging and exploring how we should live a life by design. Yvonne, thank you so much for joining us. It is wonderful to have you here.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. What a great group of ladies. Oh my goodness. This has been wonderful. I've been watching the whole time. Well, I missed the first half hour, but
And we just keep having more and more amazing people join us. This is fantastic.
it's amazing too. I'm hearing people's stories and I'm like, yeah, that's me. That's me. That's me. You know, amazing.
We're all the people wrapped into ourselves, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Now, Yvonne, our first question for you to share with us is, in what way were you broken open? And I'm sure this is an amazing story for you to share.
You know, it's interesting because it was over a course of a long stretch when I look back on it. As I'll go back to my big dream growing up was to be an actress and to move to New York City. I grew up in Texas. I fell in love with New York when I was 6 or 7, and just knew that that's where I wanted to end up, and I wanted to be in the theater. And I did move in my mid-20s after a divorce. Ended up selling everything I owned and moved to New York and pursued an acting career for 10 years and loved it. Loved it. I'd walk around the city and be like, I live here. And that feeling never went away. But my love of working in the industry started to shift as I got into my 30s, which is old for an actress. And I started to wonder what else I might do. And my values started to change. And then I got married. I fell in love. I got married and I had kids. And that was a massive sea change for me. I could totally relate to what Jill was talking to earlier. It was tough being a young mom, and I wasn't a young mom. I was an old young mom, and so I was working from home part-time, and I'd given up theater. I was done, and I went back to work full-time for the first time when I was about 40. Found a job, was there for 4 months, and then it was the 2008 recession, and I was laid off, and I really felt like I had no future because the whole time that I'd been an actress, I had been cobbling together survival jobs is how I got by. I learned how to be an administrative assistant. I picked up skills as I went along, but my resume was bizarre and I felt really unemployable. And especially as I was 40 years old, I was like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? What am I going to be when I grow up? I have no idea. And my husband was like, oh, this is the night I came home after being laid off. He said, sleep on it. You're going to be okay. It's going to be all right. And I woke up in the morning and I turned to him and I said, photography. I want to be a photographer. It was so random and came out of nowhere. I had always loved pictures and photography, and I'd been trying to take decent pictures with my little point and shoot, and I was failing miserably. But so he was like, okay, he's very supportive, bless him. And I bought my first big camera and enrolled in a study from home photography program. And there I was 40 years old, and I was a rank beginner. And it was so scary, but it was also so exciting. And I finally felt passionate about something like I had about theater, and I could pick up that camera anytime I wanted to without anybody's permission and make something beautiful. And it totally saved me. But in the meantime, I had gone back to find a full-time job. So I was doing little side gigs. And my 40s were just tough. I had a lot of physical things happen, bad gallbladder, migraines continually, bad back. Seemed like I injured myself every time I start to exercise. Never really got rid of the baby weight. Finally ended up, I had bursitis in the shoulder. And then I had pain in my left foot that I had to go to the doctor for. And when he looked at the bottom of my feet, noticed a mole on the bottom of my right foot. He said, oh, let's get a piece of that. So took a biopsy. The pain in the left foot was bunions. So what was happening in my 40s was that I was telling myself this story that I was getting old and that this was all normal. and that I was having senior moments. And it was just a really disempowering way of talking to myself. And I felt really lonely a lot too. And I think a lot of that had to do with being a mom for young kids. I had let my friendships kind of fade away and die on the vine off in the side there. Well, when the biopsy came back, it turned out to be melanoma, and I was so lucky because it was early with no other treatments. They I had to have surgery to get it out, but no chemo, no radiation. And it was a huge wake-up call. And that's when I realized I really needed to change things. It was the beginning of it anyway. When it really hit the road is about the time I was 48, and I was in a cycle of hitting a snooze button every morning, staying up late and editing photos every night after the kids were in bed. And it was just this cycle of getting up in the morning and feeling awful and behind and angry. And my kid, oh goodness, sorry. So one morning, my kids were running late, and I was so mad. And I'm like, "Where's your lunch bag? Where's your backpack? We have to go." And by the time we got into the car, my son was crying, and that's when I really knew I had to figure something out. And so, goodness, wow, didn't expect this. Sorry. Woo. So anyway, I started digging into some self-help stuff, and I read Mel Robbins' book, The 5-Second Rule, and her story was the same as mine. And I thought, okay, I'm going to get up in the mornings. I'm going to exercise every morning. I'm going to turn this around. So I set my alarm across the room. I got up every morning before an hour before my kids. And it gave me that time to myself. And I meditated and I exercised. And I thought, I'm going to do this for 30 days and just see how it works. And it was amazing. I mean, it was really hard at first. It was really hard to get up for those first couple of weeks. But as I kept doing it, I started to feel amazing. And after a few months, my son randomly said to me, "You seem happier, Mom." And that's when I was like, okay, that's it. I'm in full tilt. This works. I'm keeping doing it. And then I started to feel really good and really hopeful. And I started to realize that this story that I'd been telling myself about getting old and having no future was just bunk. It was just a story that society had fed. And I realized there must be other people feeling like this. So I got the idea to have a podcast, and was too scared to do it, frankly, for about 2 years. Took me to get the guts to do it. And I realized finally that I didn't need to be an expert and that I could do it imperfectly. And so I kicked it off and got it started. And it's been an amazing experience. So.
Yvonne, thank you so much for sharing that. And I was with you in that journey 100% because I'm in my 40s. So to me, that was like, oh, hello. Yes, 100%. And I think, so many of us can relate to that shift and that change in our own energy, and what we're doing and, what's happening in our life, when things change and we have a pivot and our journey shifts and we take a different path, that equates to change and things, needing to be. Sometimes we've got to step back. Sometimes we have to step back and look from the outside in. But you saw that and you saw that needed to change, and you took measures and steps to make those changes, which is great. And I love that, your kids gave you that feedback of, how you were happy and, they'd seen the change, maybe not even consciously, subconsciously, they'd seen this massive shift as well. But I do want to go back to something that you just said for a moment. You mentioned that it was scary to start the photography journey. And I guess, going from, being employed, and then you mentioned that you were still employed and it was a side hustle and all of that type of thing. What was scary for you? What was kind of, that fear behind the scenes there?
Well, it was, showing up for photo sessions that were important to the people that I was doing them for, and having a camera setting be wrong, having just little things, and realizing along the way. I mean, after so many years of experience, I would just overshoot. I would take so many pictures, and then I would look at my percentage of what actually I was happy with in the end, and that gap started to close over the years. But what was scary about it was stepping into something unknown and trying to start a business for myself. And the whole idea behind doing a photography business was so that I could do something that, first of all, that hopefully I could go full time with it eventually, and that it would be flexible so that I could still be a mom to my kids and do this work. So it was just scary to step into it because I never saw myself as a business person. I saw myself as an artist or an actor, and then like, well, what am I? Who am I? What am I doing? There was
Back to
just
the
a
question
lot
of
of identity loss in the middle of it all.
Yeah, and back to the question of, what do I want to be when I grow up? I think we often hold that pretty close to ourselves as we step through life, and it resurfaces multiple times sometimes as well at different stages and different ages. And yeah, I think that definitely resonates with me as well. But Yvonne, you've stepped into the podcast. You've taken a really brave step to get that started. And I know that that is helping so many people because it is an incredible podcast. And you're right, start it as you did and how it was and step through that. Just the same as the photography. It's a learning journey as we start something new and step through that. How long has the podcast been going now, Yvonne?
It's been about a year and a half.
Ooh.
So yeah.
Mm.
And it's been the most incredible decision that I will never regret because it has led to me creating relationships with people like with you guys and the other people that I've had on my podcast, and it's just been really a rebirth. Just truly, the whole idea behind it is to encourage people to step into that fear and do it. It's feel the fear and do it anyway. It's the idea that it is never too late, and that I do believe that all of us are late bloomers in one way or another. That there's some part of our life that we still feel like we don't have agency over, that there comes a time in midlife where you feel like it's too late to do that thing that you want to do. And I'm here to say it is never too late, that you can step into that. It's a mindset. It's making a decision, stepping into it, and being willing to fail, and realizing that failure is not a bad thing. Failure is information. Failure is there to help you get stronger. And so what's happened for me is that who I've had to become to make this happen has been worth everything.
Yeah. And I think we accidentally flipped into question 2 organically there by getting the silver lining. But I think you're right, Yvonne, there's this stigma in life and society that we should have worked it out by now. We get to 40 and it's like, well, you should be married, 2.5 kids, there's a dog, you've got a house, like all the things are already, the dust has settled and life is looking peachy, and then we can just, do life. We should be all sorted out and all okay. But I think, I think that's your message. And what I love about that message is it's okay, 40, 50, 60, 70, whatever it may be. It's never too late, exactly what you said. And I just appreciate that so much. I feel like we've got a panel dying to jump into this at the moment. So I am going to relinquish the mic to someone else who is just absolutely bursting at the seams. I feel Kim is ready to go.
I'm always bursting at the seams, but I'll be nice. Linda or Melissa, do you want to go first?
I'll jump in while I've got a bit of noise in the background. Everyone's stomping around, protesting and unpacking the dishwasher right now. So such is life. I'd really like to just listen to a little bit of your insight into the hindsight after the situation, not just for you when you were in the thick of it, but for your boys, for your husband, like how they also gained so much wisdom and have come out on the other side of that as well, and how you've been able to then openly be able to talk about it and move through it and just bloom essentially as well. Yeah.
It's always a process, man. As Carrie said, we feel like we should have it all figured out by midlife. And one of the things I was like, why does everybody else seem to have it figured out and I don't? What is wrong with me? And that's the disempowering thing I was telling myself. And what I have come to realize in talking to people on the podcast is that nobody feels like they've got it figured out. Even the people who look like they have got it all together, there is some part of their life where they don't feel that they don't feel powerful, that they don't feel confident in some part of their life. It's there for all of us. And so I realized I'm not alone.
Yep, and I am not alone right now. I've got all the people coming in like
Linda's literally not alone.
Yeah, literally. I don't want to unpack the dishwasher. It's not fair. I'm not going to sleep tonight. Was the first thing I just heard a second ago. So, yep. Thank you. So yes, I'm listening. I'm very much right in the thick of it. Thank you. Yep.
Melissa?
Yvonne, I love one thing that Kim always says, and your story brought that to mind for me. And she actually talks about it going into this conference, that sometimes things happen to us in life and sometimes we happen to ourselves. And so your story for me shows both pieces of that, that you did definitely have something happen, in your life, obviously more than one thing, but with your story sharing about losing your job and, suddenly finding yourself in this place. But then you also discovered that you were standing in your own way. And I just, I know that you had the pivotal moment with your son where you kind of woke up, but then what did it look like for you once you realized you had found hope? You had found hope, because hope really is, a lot of people put it in this like bubble of like it's something magical, and it really is just a wish or a desire or a dream that we have to grab a hold of. And so at what point did you really, feel comfortable with, hope living in your life? Or are you comfortable with it yet? Right? There's the question.
Listen, it's never a one and done thing. I immediately, very soon after I started doing this morning routine, and a lot of it was about the exercise. A lot of it was about suddenly doing meditation every day and taking time for myself in the mornings before the hubbub started and all that togetherness started, Linda. And, before I couldn't get a thought in between all the stuff, and having those mornings be sacrosanct just I can't tell you how much of a difference that made. And then I would say the next step of that was actually stepping into going ahead, deciding to do the podcast. And I literally posted to Facebook as if anybody else cared, but I posted to Facebook in December of 2019 and said, I've been thinking about doing this thing for 2 years, and this is it. I'm drawing a line in the sand and I'm doing it. And the support that I got from friends was just overwhelming. But I'll tell you, when I hit the go button on that post, my heart was pounding out of my chest. And I was like, oh boy, now I've put it out there. Now I've got to make it happen. And I don't know how I'm going to make it happen, but I'm determined. And so then it's just been a step along the process. Every bit of all of it has been process. It's been like, okay, breaking down big scary things into little bits that I can do every day. And one of my favorite sayings is, do what you can with what you have where you are. And that mantra keeps me going on the days when I'm feeling overwhelmed and like, I don't know how I'm going to do all this. And, I just keep, mantras are a big thing for me. And the thing is you have to believe the mantra. It's like we were talking about toxic positivity earlier. It can't be something that you just shellac over the top and go, okay, everything's great. It has to be something that you can really tap into to find hope. And very much like Vanessa said earlier about her having the coffee maker moment, I have those coffee maker moments in the morning. I choose gratitude. I'll be pouring water into the coffee maker, and the sunlight's coming through the water, and I'm like, wow, that's really pretty, and wow, we have running water and electricity, and it's a choice that I make to tap into and tune into everything that I have and know that everything I need is actually within me. It's right here. I don't need anything else. And I just have to continually choose to tap into that every day, because it's not like I wake up every morning and go, wee! I wake up in the morning and I'm like, oh, but my feet are already on the ground. And then I'm like, okay, next step, next step, next step. Does that answer that question?
It does. Thank you.
I actually pictured Yvonne actually doing the wee when she gets out of bed. Now I'll pitch that every single day.
And I want to say, Yvonne, you bring up a really important piece of this puzzle. I think coming from the acting world where you're old at 30, like you have these different kinds of expectations on your life, or you kind of have these things that are unspoken. Like you have to be a size 2 to be on the cover of a magazine. You have to be under 30 to be an actor or actress. You have to, like, all of these things, and the world is noisy with that stuff.
Very.
What has changed for you coming from all of that? All of us have, but I mean, you specifically were in that industry. What have you shifted in you to understand that being middle-aged is actually not even a number?
It's
What
not.
have
It's a huge swath of time. It's like, and it's undefinable, really. It's crazy. When I was in the theater, I would say I was pretty. I was never beautiful. So I never felt pretty enough for the industry. And I was always a geek. I've always been quirky. And so I would get cast as leads, and then they would promptly pad my bra and put me in a blonde wig. And, it was always something to enhance what wasn't enough, and so it's crazy. In fact, I remember a visiting professor was trying to give me some career advice, and he was like, well, you're the pretty young thing, as if that's all I was. And I was so angry when he said that. And it took me years to realize that, no, I'm actually a character actress in a halfway decent looking person, but I'm weird and quirky. And I have learned to embrace that as I've gotten older and just say, you know what? That's it. That's who I am. I've always been a little weird. I've always been a little off, and that's okay now. I'm good with it.
I'm going to have to say something to all of that, though, because one of the things I love about you is your differences, not you're the same as everybody else. So I don't think of it as weird. I don't think of it as off. I think of it as you. And when you say that, I'm gonna have to just say this out loud, because when you say that, you make all of us go, "Ooh, we can't be us." So
No, yeah, I want to encourage. I probably came out wrong. I'm learning to embrace the fact that I'm a quirky girl. You know,
quirky's wonderful. Like, yeah,
yes.
Linda's over there cheering you on.
Yep,
When
all the way.
I knew the quirky Tasmanian was going to jump in.
Oh, had to.
My people.
Had to. Yep.
we are definitely your people, and I think that when you find your people, you realize that it wasn't the magazine cover or the lead in the play or whatever it was. That wasn't the norm. Like, that wasn't what the norm was. We're the norm. Like, we're the ones that are quirky and different and love each other and are kind and, all of those things. So I think you are extremely beautiful. I'm going to say that out loud as well. And I think you are you're an amazing human. Like, you are just an amazing human. And for you to be sharing on your podcast and everywhere, I'm not even going to say just your podcast, on everywhere, that it's okay to be whatever age we are. How amazing is that?
Yeah. I tell you, I just want to live in a world where it's normal for us to be contributing and continuing to learn about ourselves and following our interests and our instincts and valuing ourselves and what we have to offer right up to the end.
Mhm.
Instead of kicking back and being resigned and feeling like, oh, this is it, this is who I am, blah. No, there's something inside of you, and if you it may be fine, maybe you're good with who you are. That's possible, I suppose, but I don't really know anybody like that. I think we all have a little something inside us that's looking for a little something more, that's looking for a little more purpose, that's looking for a little more excitement. And I just want to encourage people to, if that's in you, and if you feel like you're just uncomfortable in your skin, then dig in and go in and see what that is, and then take a little step towards what it is you think you want.
And
Can
start
I-
your photography business and start a podcast and join us on Clubhouse and all the things.
All the things.
I want to read you real quickly a sign that hung in my office for years that I think will prove to you that I'm your flavor. And that is, life should not be a journey to the grave with the intention of arriving safely in an attractive and well-preserved body, but rather skid in sideways, body thoroughly used up, totally worn out, screaming, "Woohoo, what a ride."
I love that quote. Woohoo!
Oh, that is so good.
We all need that now hanging in our office.
Absolutely. Yes.
With Yvonne at the bottom, a picture of her woohooing.
Yvonne, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure to have this
Thank
wonderful
you.
conversation with you. We appreciate your time so much and everything that you've shared with us, because I think we're all intertwined. We're all the people. We're all the people.
Yes. Thank you for holding the space and for making me feel comfortable, and Kim for making it happen. And it's just great work.
Thank you, Yvonne.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye, Yvonne. I think we are ready for our next speaker.
Are we?
Well, are you? Are you, Melissa?
Yes.
Awesome.
So excited.
I'm so excited. We have the sensational Crystal Fox. Crystal is a speaker, an entrepreneur, host and producer of a podcast, Crystal Ball Clarity of It All. She ensures each episode is packed with tips and mental strategies to gain mental clarity in all the areas of our life. As a mental health advocate, she is shattering the stigma of sharing her mental health journey, of what it takes to step outside the fog and into the clarity mindset. Crystal believes putting herself first and getting crystal clear on your purpose allows us to live, excuse me, live in the power of our stories. Crystal, thank you so much for joining us. It is wonderful to see you.
Oh my goodness, I'm so happy to be here. And I love everyone's story that they've come on and shared. I've been watching, and it's definitely given me a lot of hope. That's for sure.
Yay!
Absolutely. Crystal, I'll say it again, it is just wonderful to have you here. We appreciate you coming up on stage to share your story, and absolutely cannot wait. I'm on the edge of my seat for this one because I don't know it all. I'll confess, we've hung out so much and I actually don't know the story to the core. So I'm excited for this conversation, and we'll kick us off with the first question. In what way, Crystal, were you broken open? Please share.
Thank you so much. And thank you for that lovely intro. I have to say, I have to go back a little bit. And it originally started out with me really living through survival mode. I was completely burnt out and had no idea. I was really just running on my trauma. And I wanted to be successful. And I was in a fashion career. So I was traveling, doing brick and mortar, and training teams. I lived by one word, and it was inspire, because I wanted to inspire, especially the plus size community, that we could, really just be ourselves, and body positivity was the thing. I mean, look at me, right? So moving on, I actually experienced, and I'm sure you all have had a similar experience of a really bad boss. And she gave me the ultimatum to choose between a family or a career. Could you believe that? As a woman, she was a woman. And she had known that I struggled with infertility issues. I do have polycystic ovarian syndrome, which is PCOS for short. And I actually lost my second in my back room. And she was well aware of it. So for her to come to me and say, hey, you're not going to get any opportunity whatsoever unless you choose. And I think that was the biggest slap in my face I've pretty much gotten, especially from like a career role. And I showed up pretty much every day before my shift crying because I knew a change was going to have to happen. I no longer aligned with this plus size company, and I was going to be there forever, right? Because I was not going to have the life that I was given when I was a kid. So I was really on this up and up. I was going to have my family. Well, in the world of retail, you see about 200 people a day. And when I decided to leave, I went to seeing maybe about 9. And it was only about a month after, all in one day, that I found out that I was pregnant, but that I was also losing the baby. And it was very hard. Now, if you know me and my husband, we have been together at the time, I believe it was for 9 years. We just celebrated 11 years in October. And you can't go anywhere without getting the question, when are you going to have kids? When are you going to have kids? Tell me when, why, what, And each conversation is a little gut wrenching because you don't know how the other person is going to handle it. And a lot of times I spend coddling other people about my situation. And I spent the next 6 to 8 months, I call it the dark age. It was very foggy for me because I was internalizing every pain that I felt. The postpartum, people don't talk about. They don't talk about, even when you lose a child, you do go through it. And I did not have a support system around me whatsoever. And I've always expressed, I looked for everyone to come back and fill my cup. Because, right, I gave it all to this business. I gave it all to my husband, my friends, the expectations. And I was like the good girl to make sure I did everything right. I had to. I mean, perfectionism at its finest, I'm sure. But I just lost my voice because all that internalization, and I'm an extrovert. So not seeing 200 people and my clients and the people that I kind of see grow up and be a part of their lives anymore, it was like all of that was stripped. So my career, things that I identified as Crystal Fox, my career, my husband, having a family as a woman, I just felt so inadequate at that time, especially as a female, and having to explain, whether it was to his family or to other people, what our circumstances were. So I decided to set him down because often I would turn to very funny podcasts that would make me laugh because I was just so dark at that time. And I decided to buy this puppy, and it's my $25 mic off of Amazon. People ask me all the time, this is not expensive, $25. And I got to start talking about the things I used to be passionate about, body positivity. I got to just speak. I got to laugh again. And I just felt like I had my own piece of the world. Just like, even if it was in my little closet, because I was trying to make sure that all of my audio sounded good. I I experienced so many different things just trying to see what I liked. So I have to say that finding my voice again was huge for me. Now, I have shared this story a few months ago, but there's a huge piece that I left out. And I feel like it's because I lived in some shame, to be honest. Both of my parents were alcoholics. And actually, 19 years ago this month, I lost my mom. So having a family was so important to me because I thought, God, you took her when I was 13 years old. And it was a rough road, especially not having parents. And I was like, I'm going to have the family. I'm going to have, if anything, the dream family by 27. I mean, at 16, I had the rest of my life planned out, and I was for sure it was going to happen. And at 18 and at 21. But again, I was still just running on all of those, like, survival mode. But my mom was my best friend. Despite her addiction to alcohol, me and her connected. I was her baby. I'm like 9 to 12 years younger than my brother and sister, and who also have suffered from their own addictions as well. So we haven't really been a family for quite some time. So I always wanted one. And I spent most of my life missing and feeling like something's missing, this unconditional love, this motherly love that at the time I thought, a child could give to me as well. And that was the point that it truly broke me open, because I realized that I might not ever have a child. And, my mother's never coming back, but I still have to live and find clarity and hope each and every day. And that's why I wanted to include this story again, because I lived with so much shame, knowing my parents were alcoholics. But their story is not my story. It's just a piece. And I've had to do so much forgiving this year, especially. So I feel like with that third miscarriage and everything I went through, that was the moment that broke me open.
I am speechless. I'll just say that.
Carrie, I really just, I can see how much this has impacted and really hit home for you. And I wanted to just have that moment to really appreciate and recognize that before jumping in, because I noticed myself wanting to jump in and save you and feel the void. And I think that's also part of what's going on here, because through all of these stories and these experiences and so much of what is going on, we see so many parts of ourselves, and we are just compassionately wanting to reach out and give you a great big hug right now. Everybody on this screen and everybody listening and everybody before us and in front of us. And Crystal, thank you so much for sharing and
thank you.
And just being witness to what shift has happened right now as well. Take that as a definite appreciation of from all of us here.
I agree. It was so brave of you to share that. So enlightening. I feel like you shared that you lost your identity, you lost your way, you lost your purpose. And, you know, with what we're talking about, you needed to find a light in the darkness and quite literally found it in a $25 microphone in your closet. And I love that wrap up. See what I'm doing with Carrie? I'm going to get her to turn that. Yeah. And I would like to allow Carrie her moment and lead you into the second question by saying, what good things happened because of all of the broken places?
So I want to start off with a quote, and it's by Brian Solis, and it's community is about doing something together that makes belonging matter. And often people call social media, you know, it has its negative ways, but for me, I had a different light per se. A year ago, I stepped onto an audio app alone, had no idea what I was getting myself into. And there were so many different communities that I actually got to meet people where I needed to. I got to have childless and child-free spaces that I ran and talked to women that were living a life child-free or childless, whatever that meant to them. And I got to hear their story, no matter what that case was. And to be honest, a lot of times I felt completely alone, right? Completely alone. PCOS, having access to doctors where I could actually ask a question and receive an answer back about my own infertility journey. That was huge for me. I met my coach, my own life coach, who has taken me from realizing, you know, so much of the trauma that I went through and the stories that kind of bleed into my life today and how to overcome them. In addition, certainly last but not least is my pod fam. And I was so nervous meeting everyone, and I was definitely no expert podcaster. I was super nervous. But I have to tell you that I obviously have not had the family or support, and each and every one of you have really been that for me. I never thought, like, if I could go back and talk to Crystal a few years ago, I would have never thought something, just this $25 mic podcasting would lead me to finding my community. And I truly believe that there is hope in having a community. You all have empowered me. I'm like shaking a little bit, but you all have truly empowered me to really step into my own, and encourage me, tell me that I can, even when I doubted myself, because imposter syndrome is something else. But I have been given, like, each and every day I show up and I see you all and I want to know what's going on. And I don't realize, or I don't think people realize, especially after last year when we felt so separated, that we can actually come together on a human level and we actually have so much more in common than we ever thought. Each one of us is so different, but we sit here and we come together each and every day. We're here to make the change, and we're here to be the people that we needed when we were going through our stuff, and look at everything that we're doing now. So for me, it's finding hope in a community. So if you don't have a community, there are options and there are people all over the world. I never thought that I would meet anyone from across the world, let alone have so many things in common, like coffee and podcasting and all of those things. So although God did not bless me to have a family forever, he sure reunited me with one. And that is all of you.
You know, I love you. I just want to say it out loud and how proud I am of you, because it is hard. And I want to honor the fact that you lost yourself, you lost the dream, you lost those things, but you also lost children. Like, I don't want to slip over that and not
Mhm.
acknowledge that, Crystal, because that is something that sometimes is just overlooked. And it's not overlooked by us. I do want to say that out loud, that you being brave enough to even add that to your story and allow people to know those things. How many other people out there can connect with you and know that they have support in that way also, and not be lonely. Not be lonely.
That is one of the biggest things. And even sitting here thinking about the stigma around losing a child, I mean, the conversation 5 years ago, 10 years ago is not as much. And I think each and every woman who spoke before me gave me this opportunity to really step in and to be able to put it all out there. Because perfectionism, we see that online and it's easy to do, but really breaking open, and we know that we always celebrate them, our 3 angel babies up above. And I know that I have options. And to be honest, even being on the platform, I've met an IVF coach and a fertility coach. Like, there are people who know more and that will actually be there during that journey than I ever thought that there could be. So whether I want to stay childless, child-free, or have my family, I feel like I have the support I always needed.
You're such a big part of our community. Like, any day you don't show up, I miss you. I just want you to know that.
Thank you so much. I love you, Princess.
We love you.
I love
So-
you too.
I'm not speaking. I will. It will be a train wreck. I'm telling you right now. But Crystal, I adore you. I really do.
Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate that. And I have to say, especially being around a whole bunch of entrepreneurs, I am definitely taking this next year and stepping into my own entrepreneurship and believing in myself. And season 4 of Crystal Ball Clarity of It All is releasing January 10th. And I just am excited because I get to do this. I get to show up, and you all have been a part. I mean, literally down to an Excel file to, my tech is not working, help me, or I'm bawling my eyes out. Hearing even your story, which is absolutely amazing. So I'm just thankful for all of you creating and, having this platform where we can come together.
Thank you. I have to stop talking too because I'm like so cry right now. I'm just so proud of you. I'm actually crying for a different reason. It's because of the overwhelming mama feeling I have for you, that I am so proud that you continue to do amazing things in the world, no matter what you didn't have, no matter what. You are still showing up and being an amazing, amazing human. So I need Melissa and Linda to step up.
Well, I will. I'll step in, Princess, because I was thinking the same thing, that I feel like Crystal, I mean, I'd have to go back and look, but it's probably around the time that I came to Clubhouse, which, feels like yesterday and forever ago, that our paths first crossed. And I just have so much pride with the amount of growth that I have seen in you in the short amount of time I have known you. You were a beautiful soul then, but you are just an evolved version of yourself. And I just can't wait to see where you continue to grow, because as part of your chosen family, we're going to be there with you. This isn't like, oh, well, we'll look in on you later. We know we're going to have the privilege of walking part of this journey with you. And that is a privilege. And I don't, want you to not hear that from us tonight. So Linda.
Thank you so much. Linda, you're up.
Linda.
It's hard to find the words. I feel like there's so much more to your story than we're able to capture right here, right now. And that includes your close family, extended family, Clubhouse family in that as well. You know, I feel like, you know, Marcus's journey has been a huge part of that as well, sitting right alongside you. And I see how much you acknowledge him without needing to acknowledge him out loud as well. And I have admired that for a really long time, just from afar, without needing to say too much, without needing to elaborate or even make mention of it. So the fact that you really gather those around you to walk alongside and to also acknowledge them in part of this journey, not just, yes, you are definitely growing in yourself and needing to sort out your own identity in all of this and what that's looked like. There's still such a collective feeling in the community that you are both sitting in and impacting so powerfully. So thank you. That's
Thank you so
That's
much.
quite profound.
He's been a huge part. I mean, I feel like we've grown up together, that's for sure. And, you know, I think that there is a huge piece of what it looks like for a guy to go through that infertility process too, that often doesn't get spoken about.
Crystal, I have to tell you, I love Marcus, and you already know this, but I love him even more deeply because of how he loves you.
Mm.
Like, I think that's an important part. You do acknowledge him, but I think the way he supports you, like that, I agree with Linda. It's just very sexy. It's very sexy to see that you all are, you know, well, and also I will, because I can't do any more of this crying. My mascara is going to run, okay? I'm just going to put it out there. He is like certified as one of the sexiest voices on Clubhouse. I mean, just saying.
He is. He is. And see,
I just wanted to make sure that like that was said out loud during this publicly.
well,
Oh
that
my
is so sweet. I mean, you definitely, I mean, he still has a certification of being the sexiest voice ever. So, and I have to say, he has definitely supported, because I had no idea about editing anything imaginable. And he has been the helper behind the scenes. Now, I would say I'm half a pro. I'm half a pro.
Put together your Hola Pro, right?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Hola
Definitely.
Pro? Is that a
Hola Pro.
princessism?
Hola Pro.
It must be a kindergarten princess term. I've never heard it, but I think it sounds really good.
Trademark that.
Hola Pro.
Hola Pro. So thank you guys for like loving on Crystal with me. That's what I want to say
Yes.
to my co-host, because I think we all like are some of your biggest fans. You know, we are your family, but we also are your fangirls, because we see the impact that you are making and are going to make. We see what's happening. And I guess that's one of the things that I feel like all four of us probably can stand together on, is the fact that we are watching. Like, we are seeing what's happening, and we're watching. We're paying attention. Yeah, we're watching you. Yes, even though we got a little, you know, something in our eyes, like we're not crying, but
I know, even to hear from Melissa, just that she's seen how much I've grown, because I really have. Even my mindset has shifted so much. And even to be, I don't ever want to say on the other side. I want to say one of them was, one of the speakers today was like, you know, you're just not like whole just because you say you're whole. You really go through it, and there's so many different things to constantly work on. And trust me, if anyone thinks anyone has it completely together, Nope. Try again. Try again. Mm-mm.
I love it.
For real.
I love it.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. And I loved your share today, and I learned so much about you as well. So I appreciate all of you. And I will be continuing watching and joining with the hubby tonight to see all of you.
Good. Tell Marcus hi. Squeeze him for us.
I will. Deal.
Thank you, Crystal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So,
All right, we have another amazing speaker. We've done a little bit of a schedule swap. Oh, no, Kim's putting her hand up. Oh,
well, I have a video that's like 2 minutes so that everybody can like
Oh.
get a drink and like the things. I love you, Linda, for telling me in the back chat to take a drink, because this is what I don't do. Anytime I'm on a
Yep.
on a thing and
Mhm.
I'm guilty, I'm busted. I don't drink, I don't move, I don't do any of the things I need to do. So I am gonna put a video up if that's okay, Carrie. And
beautiful.
we will be back in like 2 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you, Kim.
Okay. If I can find the video. Princess problems, just saying.
I have it ready if you need. Yep.
Here we go. Well, I'm gonna show the other one because I'm saving the other one for the end, Linda. The big one. Welcome back. I have to put my glasses on because I can't even push the right buttons to bring everybody back up. I'm so sorry. Linda, Melissa, Carrie, you all weren't really warned, and I have to be honest. I have to stick some lip gloss on because my lips are dry from talking too much. Okay, sorry about that. So, is Carrie going to start this party, Linda, or am I?
You go for it, Kim.
Okay.
Go for it. Yep.
So our next speaker is someone very near and dear to my heart as well. I have to tell you that we are excited to have Linda Bonney, who is amazing, amazing, amazing. She is a quirky, everyday Tasmanian who is a podcast manager by day and uncontrollable creative by night. Linda is fascinated by community and how we join together after feeling a complete loss of identity through a heavy and controlling relationship. She is passionate about how people tick, how we join together as individuals in a collective and impactful way. She designs memorable, humorous, and exciting experiences to celebrate and elevate the everyday and make them feel special and recognized. I will give her credit for something else I just want to say out loud. She did something so amazing for the Hope to Hope conference that we're going to play at the end as our grand finale. And she put together a video for us that I have cried every time I've watched it. So get your Kleenexes ready for that. But Linda, welcome to the speaker's hot seat. Carrie, are you going to take over with questions or you?
I certainly will. Thank you for covering me there. That was the fastest 2 minutes of my life. We need a longer video, just saying.
I love it.
Thank you, Kim, for covering for me on that one. And it is great to have Linda in the speaker seat for sure. So, Linda, please share with us. I've lost my question. In what way? I should know it off by heart by now.
Oh, no. It helps.
Linda, please share with us in what way you were broken open.
Oh, goodness. Okay. So it's interesting when retelling this story several times, I still sometimes don't know where to start. So at the crux of it, I was in quite a controlling and toxic relationship, and definitely as I contributed, I was a significant part of that. And within that relationship, at the end, when it came to that point, I actually left with 2 kids under 3 and 2 suitcases while he was asleep in bed one morning. So it took us 5 times to leave. We tried to leave 5 different times, and were pulled back 4 of those 5. And it definitely broke me open to the point where I really didn't think that I could go on any further. So just rewinding the tape as part of that bigger picture, one of the significant life events that really made me open my eyes to what was happening was the birth of my first child. So when he was born, I realized that I can't bring a child into this environment and teach him what he's seeing and what he's learning and how to treat others and treat himself, and felt so very, very protective of him at that time. Now, somehow, and I'm still not quite sure how, we carry on, we just get through, because I was definitely in that survival mode and I was on little sleep. He wasn't a terribly easy baby as well. So he had a few health issues. He was in and out of hospital. He had a scar on his head that cracked open several times. So he was taken in and out of hospital for multiple treatments of that. And I watched him being held down in that situation as well by doctors all around him and screaming for his life. And I felt like I was him in that situation over and over again. Somehow we got through those first couple of years and I fell pregnant again. And again, I was at this point of, I need to do something about this. I don't know how to do that. I don't know what to do, where to start, how to admit to anyone that I've ended up in this situation, how to completely realize that I am a contributor to this situation as well, that I am feeding and supporting and codependent and broken and lost my complete identity of who I am, who I was, who I am going to be. Couldn't really parent the way that I wanted to, or felt like I needed everybody to parent that the way that I wanted to, so became quite controlling myself in that as well. And then after he was born, about 3 months after, I got really, really sick, like very sick. So my joints just inflamed to the maximum, where I was to the point where I couldn't even close a fist. I could hardly get out of bed and walk down the hallway. I could hardly pick up my 5-kilo baby and hardly roll over in bed every night. So I got really, really sick, and they diagnosed that with rheumatoid arthritis and chronic fatigue and a whole list of other conditions. And deep down, I'm like, this isn't it. This, because the test would come back positive, then negative, then positive, then maybe, and I'd have a big flare up after a stressful event, then it would subside again a little bit and then come back again and then not go away again. But it was such a huge wake up call for me, in that my body was basically shutting down and saying, do something about this right now. And so it took me at least another 12 months, to the point where I was at my sister's wedding and just bawled the whole time. I just cried and cried and cried and cried and cried. And I felt like everybody was giving me quite judgmental looks, and I still couldn't really talk to anyone or admit anything or say too much. And it was my dad really who took me away, and underneath the stars was like, you know what, I'll do anything to get you out right now. I've known this has been happening for years, and I love you so much, and I can't watch you do this to yourself anymore. So we had to leave, like I said, leave another 3 times, including, flying home, which was Tasmania for me, flying home and trying to essentially dodge the coercion that happens when we leave relationships that are very codependent and very controlling, take out restraining orders as well, because I was getting 100 or 200 text messages and phone calls a day after we left of, all the apologies and all the sorries and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. When we left, we went to a women's refuge, and I was told at that time, it'll take you about 3 to 5 years to get over it, to really start to feel a little bit like yourself again. And I thought, no, I can do better than that. It's going to be fine in a few weeks once I get home and start my life again, etc. But it actually does take that long to really heal. And what's interesting is I've now met another beautiful, beautiful human who we are building a life with, and we've had another baby, and it's still, the shocks are still there in the system. And I got sick again. After he was born. I got really inflamed joints. I could hardly get out of bed sometimes. And that was such a huge part of my story as to how I was being treated and how I was being untrue to myself. And then when it started happening again in a healthy, what I thought very healthy relationship, and when it started happening again, and because after I left, a lot of those symptoms basically subsided. All of those symptoms basically went away. And so I linked the two very, very closely, and that has been such a huge part of my story. And then when that story starts happening again, you start to then question yourself again and wonder, why am I doing this to myself, and how come I can't seem to shift these common patterns that keep happening again and again and again. And so it's taken a lot of slaps in the face, essentially, and mirrors. And as Jill was talking about earlier, motherhood really changes you. It splits you open, it breaks you, it reforms you, it recreates you, it rebirths you. And so much of what we're fed is to get back to normal and get back to who you were before you had a baby and start work again and start life again and keep plodding on and get back to normal. And I will never be the same again. I'll never be the same as I was yesterday, let alone 12 months prior, before a baby and before a relationship breakdown, and a lot of those experiences as well. Yeah.
I'm speechless again. And I knew part of that story, Linda. You've shared it on my podcast, and we've formed a friendship, and I've grabbed pieces of the story throughout our conversations, but I didn't know the entire. Like, I didn't know that you got sick, and then that after having your next child, you got sick again, and that was a trigger point. So yeah, wow. Speechless.
And that's probably not the entire story. That's just sort of, the surface of it. So,
I call on the co-mods, the gods.
We just got called co-mods.
Co-mod, co-host, co-whatever. We're all in this together. So, Linda, I have experienced something similar. As you already know, we've talked about it a little, and there are things that trigger for decades. Like, I think that that's one of the things that someone who's going through something like that needs to know, that it's not unusual. It's not unusual to continue to have triggers or continue to have things that you work on the rest of your life. Like, and I think sometimes we're fed this story, or we feed ourselves sometimes this story too. I think I fed myself this story. It'll all be okay as soon as that's over. And you just automatically you're just good. You're good to go again. And, just like you didn't really believe that it would take you, because you're amazing, you're powerful, you're determined, you're motivated, you're all those things. How could it take 3 to 5 years to even start finding yourself when you're thinking, oh no, next week will be good? And I think looking at that, for anyone that's listening and hearing your story, that helps. It helps to realize that it's not an unusual thing to take the rest of your life to get over a trauma. It doesn't matter what kind of trauma, and I do use this term all the time. There are things inflicted on us, and there are things we inflict on ourselves. And one of the things that I inflicted on me, having a similar history, was I took over for him. Like, he stopped abusing me because he wasn't allowed to anymore, but I started abusing me in ways that, because I didn't feel worthy to not be treated poorly. Really, that's just the bottom line. I feel like, I must not be worth anything. I must need to be treated poorly. Has that been something you have dealt with, like, still, or is that something that someone listening that is in that place? And I do want to put a caution out there. This is one thing I do every Hope to Hope, and I want to say this out loud. If you're in a situation where it is abusive or life-threatening, or you have some kind of an issue, this is going to sound like strange advice coming from someone who got out, but don't be stupid and just get out the second without a plan. And the reason I say that, more people are actually killed or harmed when they leave randomly instead of having a plan of where to go, because once you leave, that's the danger spot. Like, that's a very dangerous time.
Very, very volatile.
I want to put that out there, that we're not giving advice. We're not therapists, we're sharing our own stories, but that is something I have witnessed and don't want to witness ever. Someone giving advice that is bad advice. We are not giving advice, but we don't believe anybody should be harmed. We don't believe anybody should be abused. We don't believe anybody, but we do believe that there's a safer way to get out most of the time, than just having a big fight and running out that moment without having any idea what to do. So I want to say that out loud. But if you don't mind, like, answering the question though, of just, where do you find yourself? Like, where do you find yourself now?
It's interesting because control's a very funny thing. Control often is, it stems from unmet needs and wounds and the inability to feel like we have a choice. And so thinking about how you were talking earlier about just having a sticky note saying brush your teeth. It's tiny, tiny steps. And quite often I go big picture, I go long, big vision, etc., and miss those finer details. And that was a big part of how I needed to keep going through. I think it's far too easy to just put on the fine face. Oh, how are you? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. And when you've got two young kids as well, you need to have an element of fine to get through the dinner and the bath time and the books and the bed and the getting up another 6 times out of bed as well. And I've had to have a really good look back through my childhood and past and how that has presented itself, and at the same time look at and have compassion for other people and how that presents for themselves, including my ex, who was definitely showing a lot of his wounds at the same time. And I have compassion for that now. I definitely didn't back then. I definitely saw that as an attack on me. And it was all about me, really, when I look back. So that became very unhealthy. And so moving forward, I definitely know that I have times when I will procrastinate and have a little baby come and walk in right now. So hello. And there's so many things that I notice now that I may not have noticed before. And that doesn't necessarily make it any easier. That in fact, sometimes I wish I could just ignore them, flat out ignore them. And it's really interesting to think about how we do just get through, and then we can recreate life like this and find a place which is trying to put tissues in my water now.
The sticky notes were last night.
It's a bit like, yeah. It's a bit like putting a tissue in water. It soaks it all up. It's maybe a bit soggy for a while, but there's plenty more tissues in the box.
So I want to know the answer to the second question, because behind the scenes, we know the second. Like, we know a lot of the answers. We want everybody listening to know those answers. Carrie, go ahead. I don't mean to jump ahead. I'm just excited.
No, thank you, Kim. I appreciate that because I was still gathering my thoughts. But yes, I want to know as well, Linda. So the good things that have happened because you went through this struggle.
She's holding one of them.
Yeah, exactly. Say that. There's one.
Yeah, definitely. Learning how important it is. Yeah. Learning how important it is to really feel that community and that identity, because I was so lost in oh god, it's completely. Oh, there we go. There we go. I was so lost in a lot of that, really, really quite lost. And it's not, I don't think I could even identify it as lost at the time. It was such a sense of, and I'm sure all of us can relate to the emptiness and the not quite knowing whether to laugh or to cry or to, and almost feeling guilty when I started to feel happy again as well. So in hindsight now, I can see a lot of those moments and think about how, I guess, irrational in a way my thinking was, but also very emotional at the same time, but not really emotional. So, and this is exactly the point. I can't always necessarily articulate exactly what it is. It's a sensation, it's a feeling, it's right there. Yeah.
For me, Linda, and I wonder if this is not what you're speaking to, for me, I was very emotional, but I was numb at the same time.
Yep.
Robotic almost in the things I had to do, but very emotionally raw. That is a word that I actually created back then, was I feel raw. I feel like grated hamburger meat. I feel that raw, but then I feel numb because I just have to go through the motions. Not a very pretty picture, but I feel like that's what you're describing.
Yeah, definitely.
Linda, I feel like I can't. Do you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yep.
I was having a really weird moment where I was like, technology. Such a brave story to tell. So important to tell it. And to listen to you and to even listen to Kim echo. I mean, I'm not going to share that part of my story, but I'll tell you that I have that story too. I have that story. And to even hear you talking about it, it even this many years later, this many decades later, I mean, my 3 children are from that relationship, and my daughter's going to be 28 this next year. So to realize that, you know, to hear you say that you thought it was going to take just a quick bit, and when somebody said 3 to 5 years, you were like, I think there's so much of what you say that so many people think. They think that about grief. They think that about loss. They think that about adversity. They're like, I can just scrape this together and figure this out. And part of what you highlight is that we have to give ourselves a lot of grace and space to get through these things and to realize that just like loss, I mean, because loss is loss is loss. It depends on how you define it. So loss is something that we do learn to live with. You're not getting past it. You're not fixing it. You're still experiencing it. And you experience it shows up differently at times, and you're learning to live successfully with it a little bit more time at a time. But I remember this last year when I went through, some transformative therapy stuff for me. And I remember saying, but what do I do when I feel like she was talking to me as if I was doing these great things. And I said, I feel like I'm barely crawling, like through what her and I were working through. And I was functioning outwardly, but and she said, but isn't that still movement? And that's where it's important. I think sometimes we have, like you said, you're this big picture person. Well, so am I. I have these goals and these things and whatever. And we have to stop and slow down sometimes. And I love that you've pointed that out. So do you feel like there's ways that you help bring yourself back in to remember to slow down and not just look at the big picture? Are there ways that you do that? Because that's where you're finding your hope.
Yeah, it's interesting that you've got that perspective, because I'm not sure I'm necessarily there yet, wherever there might be. And that's
fair.
another coin term that we have been fed a lot in our upbringing. That's a whole other conference.
For sure. We have like 6 conferences we could do just saying from today alone.
Yeah, definitely. I still definitely enjoy doing the big vision picture, and I'm really uncomfortable with sometimes the dishes and the mundane. I don't feel like I get any satisfaction from them yet. I really don't. So for me, it's still feeling like a bit of a necessity to do those smaller things. And I don't necessarily think that those small things, yes, they might have just helped me get through day to day. I'm not necessarily sure that they've really had as much as maybe it's hard to see entirely. What are you going to do?
And feed a baby at the same time. I'm just going to add.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure that I've necessarily recognised those small little things as much as I could. So I thank you definitely for pointing them out. Everything's going to go on the floor right now.
Well, you remember the part where I said grace and space, right? Because you don't have to be there today, and it's a journey, not a destination.
Yes, for sure.
And sorry.
Yeah, keep going, Kerry.
Would it be fair to say you passed the post-it note, but there's still so much further to go? Yeah. That's good.
Sometimes. Yeah, it can also be really frustrating. Yeah, I get quite impatient with that sometimes. Better than I used to be, but yeah.
So I still would like to wrap this up, Linda, with the good that came of it, because I can go back and realize there were things that came out of it that made me actually a better human. I'm much more empathetic, I think, probably because of that situation. So what is, like, please do share with us that. If I missed it when you were saying it, I'm sorry. I was
yeah, I definitely. So it's interesting because this is part of what's made me a better person. I can now recognize a lot more of the times when I'm feeling really uncomfortable and want to dodge the question. And I feel like I've stalled here and there. And again, I can recognize those spaces. My ability to listen and really push for being heard has definitely strengthened and continues to. And also just being able to build a family now, which is going to change lives. These boys will feel heard and recognised and are able to show me how much work I've done and also need to do. So, yeah.
Can I tell you a secret though, Linda? My baby, my youngest, is 31. Yeah, that still goes on today. Just so you know. Still learning what I need to be better at.
Oh yes, definitely. Yep. Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Honestly, that was just beautiful. And thank you for sharing all of that with us. It really means a lot that people would, come to an event like this and be, so willing to share their story, no matter what stage we're at. We've got many people at different stages of their journey and different experiences. I agree with Melissa. We could have 10, 20 conferences like in a heartbeat, I'm sure. But yeah, certainly appreciate. And Linda, I've got to say, you're just like a little boss, feeding the baby, doing all the things and speaking in a conference. Unreal. I know it seems normal to you, but
it
unreal.
Seems quite normal, very normal right now. He's currently eating tissues. So
that's it. That's it.
Yep.
All right, we need to welcome our final speaker for today. Can you believe it, ladies? Like, that was actually pretty quick. Like, it all goes so fast. Do not blink, you will miss it. And just a shout out to everyone that's commenting, tuning into the live streams. We appreciate you so much. And thank you for all of your lovely comments and being with us in this storytelling journey of hope to hope. So we are so grateful for everyone tuning in behind the scenes or in their front scenes, behind whatever that looks like. So our next speaker is Cindy Lou Miller. Wow. Bit of a story here. Cindy Lou is affectionately known as the Clubhouse Mechanic. She is a master creative, spontaneous songstress, an author, an entrepreneur, and a podcaster who lives in, let me be clear, New Zealand, not Tasmania, not to be confused with Tasmania, New Zealand, another island. Let's put it that way. And she is there with her beloved. She spends her days and nights. We wonder if she sleeps because she is on the streets of the audio apps moment to moment and loves helping people on those apps. So Cindy Lou, thank you so much for joining us. It is great to have you here.
It's so exciting to be here. Yay.
Yay.
And
Love
just
it.
for the record, Cindy Lou is a Hope to Hope alumni, we'll call it. She has been on multiple Hope to Hopes. I always love having Cindy Lou.
That's great. Oh my God. How many boxes of tissues am I going to need now? I actually, like Cindy Lou, we've spent a lot of time together and I have no idea what your story is about to be. So I'm excited to hear it and have Kleenex in hand. Don't you worry about that. So I'm sure it's going to be very impactful, and we'll step into the first question. Cindy Lou, in what way were you broken open?
Now, see, you didn't know what the story was going to be, and neither do I. I decided to come in the moment and see what comes and what's alive in me right now. And I guess I'm going to go with a year and a month after being married. And I think you may know this part of that story. My husband, my second marriage, was diagnosed with Parkinson's. And I found myself faced with, this isn't what I signed up for. This is not exactly what I had in mind for a marriage. I married this man because he's an amazing dancer, because we have amazing times on the dance floor. He would swing me around, and I was like, I knew dancing wouldn't be a part of our lives forever now. And I was like, oh, and I literally cried out to God, and I was like, really? Really? I get a year with this man and then this? And the response that I heard back was immediate. And it was, I am going to entrust you. I am entrusting you with one of my greatest treasures. That phrase has carried me through. And we'll talk more about that at the end when you ask the second question. I want to tell another piece of the story that people may not know. In November 2011, we moved from Vermont to Arizona because I wasn't going to shovel snow and he couldn't shovel snow anymore. And I was like, that's it. I'm moving back to where I know there's sunshine every day and there'll be no snow. So we moved to Phoenix. I had met somebody when I lived in Phoenix and went to university in 2005. I had graduated, and this was 2011. And she said to me at that time, if you ever need a job, you just call me and I will give you one. I don't know where I'll be working. I don't know what I'll be doing, but you call me and you have a job. And the reason for that was she saw how quickly I learned everything. She's just like, it doesn't matter because I will find a position for you. So I called her up and I'm like, I need that job. And I had a job with her for, I think I started in like December. And then in April 2012, Robin woke me up in the middle of the night and said, I can't move. And that wasn't an unusual thing because, he would get stuck or whatever. And I was like, that's no problem. I'll get you. I've got you. So I got up and went over to his bed. We were sleeping in separate beds at that point. And I went over to his bed, and he was literally like a stone. It felt like I was touching a statue. And in that moment, I realized I have to bring him home to New Zealand this year. I didn't know how I was going to do that. I didn't know how to move from one country to another. I'd never been to New Zealand. I'd never seen this part of the world. We started selling things. We went back to Vermont and sold off everything that we could in the house, gave it away. These people came and took the rest of it and said, we'll have a yard sale and send you the money. Have we ever seen the money? Oh, no, but it didn't matter. The stuff was gone, right? Like it was gone. It was taken care of. And we moved from Arizona, or from Vermont by way of Arizona, all the way over here. And 3 months before that, he was diagnosed with what we would find out later was thyroid cancer, and had his thyroid taken out just 5 to 6 weeks before we flew. And they wanted him to take a radiation pill. And I was like, nope, because he can't fly if he takes that pill, number one. Number two, nobody can be near him for 2 to 3 days. The man needs help to go to the bathroom. He needs help to do everything. I was like, that's not going to work. I can't be near him if he takes this pill. I was like, so no, we're not taking it. We were using a supplement that we trusted and believed in. And we went with that. And we moved. We got on the plane. We left. We brought 200 square feet, I think it was, of items with us, one little small container. And in my living room, people came over while I was packing. I had put a tape on the floor to the size of the container, and I was putting things in there so that when the container arrived, it would all fit. And the guy was like, once he put the last thing in, he's like, man, you planned this out. I was like, yeah, what do you think that was in there? That was like for real. I knew exactly what was going to fit. And we moved and we came over here. We brought 3 months worth of the supplement with us, and he got better and better as soon as he got on his homeland. And I was so grateful to have done that. Now, it wasn't all easy. I still had to figure out, how does the medical system work here? How do we get help for him? What are the services? Like, I had so much to try to figure out. So I did that for 3 years, got him all settled. And then I ended up getting a pacemaker. You can only do that kind of stuff for so long. And my body had already had things going on with it. We just didn't know it. If we had not moved when we did, I would not have been allowed in the country, because my heart condition progressed. I didn't even know I had a heart condition, but it progressed so that if we had come when we had planned on it, they wouldn't have let me in. So sometimes we don't know why things are happening when they're happening, and you just go with them and run with it.
Cindy Lou, I did not know so many pieces of that story, first and foremost, let me say. So thank you for sharing that. It's always wonderful to learn new things about people we spend time with. But I think what you've really highlighted, so many great things, but, you know, that moment in time where exactly what you said, you knew, and you didn't know that you knew, but you knew. Your tummy was telling you it's time now. We need to go now. But I also didn't know that Robin was from New Zealand originally. I actually thought you were originally from New Zealand. So are you American through and through?
I'm a Canadian descent, American born.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow.
Yes, Robin's the Kiwi, and he was born in the town that we returned to.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I literally brought him home.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And just touching on the whole moving thing, how does your life fit into a container? That's a hallmark moment. Like, I couldn't even picture that. I love the fact that you put the tape on the floor, because that's how my brain would operate, to pack everything into a certain dimension. But yeah, like, wow, the amount of things that you must have let go of that you probably didn't want to let go of. That must have been really, really tough.
Most of them have been returned to me in multitudes, to the point that I probably need to get rid of a lot more again. It's like, maybe I need to move back. But no, I'm happy here. I'm content to be exactly right where I am.
Wow. Wow. I'm going to pass the mic over to the co-mods, Ben. And I keep saying co-mods, co-hosts. Oh, my God. It's so Clubhouse, isn't it? It's inherited in my veins. But I would love to pass the microphone because I feel like we have other questions upon us.
I'm going to jump in cynically because I think when we start to take on that caring role, that also starts to bring up quite a lot of confronting feelings and often old wounds, and essentially we're trying to parent and take on so many different roles. Like you said, just after you moved, you needed to work out, how do I do this and how do I access that and which shop is where and where do I drive on the road, and all sorts of things that start to happen. Can you just tell us a little bit about how that was for you when you needed to step into that caring role, and how you didn't, or if or when you sort of lost yourself, or how you saw through some of that loss of, because it is, again, like so much of what we've been talking about today, a loss of identity, really, because you're consumed so much.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I remember even when I was taking care of my kids, I didn't get my glasses until years later. I thought the television was broken. For 5 years, I thought the TV's broken. And then I got glasses, and lo and behold, those words at the bottom didn't have those little squiggly lines through it that I thought the TV was making them have. So, we do put ourselves aside often to take care of those who we've been given to treasure and to care for. Remembering that it's okay to look at yourself every now and again has only recently come to me. And now it's like, I love you. And I know you're going to be okay in that chair. You might look a mess by the time I get back in here to help you. But you're on your own. Like I told him that. I was like, I'm going to do the interview, honey. See you in an hour. Like, bye. And he'll be fine. Yes, he's going to find his own food. And yes, it will be dribbled all down the front of him. And yes, people might come in and judge me for that. But that's their misunderstanding of what I'm doing. When people would come in and care for him, I would often get judged for exiting, like for checking out, for not paying attention to what was happening. But I'm like, but that's the whole reason we're hiring you, to take care of him. So I have the opportunity to check out. Because when you all go home and it's, the middle of the night, it's 3 a.m. and he needs to be rolled over, I'm the one doing that. I can call you up next time if you'd like. It's like, and then some nights he's great and he can do it all on his own now. So he's gotten better and he's gotten worse and he's gotten better and he's gotten worse. He had a hip replacement. That was crazy. So yeah, learning how to balance that whole piece of being sure that I take care of who I am. And I have to tell you, I'm going to bring Clubhouse into it. A lot of people are like you said, Carrie, does she ever sleep? And it's like, I haven't slept a full night, rarely, in the last 10 years since he was diagnosed. So now I have an app where if I'm up in the middle of the night for an hour to 2 hours waiting for him to go back to sleep, which I was doing already, now I can jump on Clubhouse, build my business, and take care of myself and get myself prepared for the day when he's gone and there is no him taking care of me. I'm already starting to look at what happens when he goes. And because right now there's a stipend from his trust and, he's got income, right? That happens because he's disabled. But when that goes away, I need to be ready. And it's kind of like, what Linda was saying, and Kim, what you were saying, you need to be prepared. You need to think about what's ahead down the road. What is it that you're in now that's giving you the strength to do what you need to do tomorrow? And what can you do now to build your tomorrow?
And Cindy Lou, what you've just added there is so important, because I think there's a lot of judgment around that as well, that we would actually even think about that and contemplate that. But we have to. It is sadly and we don't want it. It's not us wanting that to happen. We don't want to reach that point in time, but we would really not be doing the right thing by sweeping that under the rug and not bringing that into the conversation and being open and honest about it. because the day comes, it's, yeah. So I appreciate you adding that. That is significant in itself.
I'm going to go back to one more thing for what Linda asked specifically, which was about, how do you deal with that? And I used to get really frustrated. I'm going to bring up one of the frustration points when I would be eating my cold food. And then one day I realized someday I'm going to eat this hot meal and I'm going to cry because he won't be there.
I want to speak up to something, Cindy Lou, because Mr. Miller is one of the finest people on the planet. He is your cheerleader. He is your supporter. And you would really actually be doing wrong by him if you don't learn to take care of you. He would not be happy knowing that you are not taken care of. And I feel like that's a big part of, I can't speak for every situation and we're not trying to, but knowing him, I know that that is part of his fear, is that, you wouldn't be taken care of. And so I think that should be said out loud too, that he encourages you to do these things.
Oh my gosh,
He
yes.
is your supporter, your cheerleader. He's all the things. So I think that that's a really important piece of this puzzle that I want to just say out loud publicly, that he is an amazing, amazing man and loves you to his middle, that he does not want you to have to worry about doing without. So I think that's another part of this is, if you're being judgy right now, you can move on because I'm going to be defending this one. Mr. Miller has more peace knowing you're building something than even thinking about him leaving you behind and you not being taken care of. So just gonna put that out there.
He's my coach. He's like always asking me, okay, where are you at? What are you doing? What are you working on? How's it going? What can I do to support you? How can I help you?
And he'll be watching this probably.
He'll be watching the replay because I didn't set it up for him.
No, that's what I mean. So
he will see this.
When you watch it, we love you, Robin. We love you, Mr. Miller.
Yes. Yeah, I couldn't and wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now without it. Oh, sorry, you're supposed to ask the question first.
No, you're fine. We're segueing in organically. I'm completely cool with that. And
take it away and slide into the finish, Cindy Lou.
That's it. Bring us home. Bring us in for a landing.
Yeah, so I would not be the woman I am today. I would not be doing what I'm doing today if he was not sick. I'd be working in some 9-to-5 job. I would not be building a business on Clubhouse. I would not be impacting people around the globe. And when I say global, I mean global. Today, I had a guy from India, a lady from South Korea. I mean, it's just like, and they're in the room and they're just loving it. They're having so much fun. That wouldn't be happening if I hadn't experienced everything that I did. And if I didn't have the opportunity. I really look at this as an opportunity to be able to build a Clubhouse business and take it down the road. And I learn things so quickly and am able to teach them while I'm learning them, which is amazing and fun. So when a new feature comes out, I'm in there and I'm doing a room and we're checking the feature out and I'm learning it as I am teaching it. It's so fun. Yeah. And it wouldn't have happened without all of this.
That's so beautiful, Cindy Lou. And we love that you are our Clubhouse mechanic. We call you our Clubhouse mechanic because if we're not sure, you know who we're calling, you know who we're connecting with because it keeps changing. And you're on other platforms as well. And I'm sure they keep changing also. I don't know how you do it. I'm just in awe of all of those spaces. I get an update and I'm like, I'll work it out eventually. And then a week later, you're telling me about it. And I'm like, oh, that's what it does.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'll go, Kim.
Well, I just want to add to our little Clubhouse mechanic thing that, I wouldn't have stayed on Clubhouse. We already know that Cindy Lou and I know each other in real life. Like we are real lifers. but I wouldn't have stayed on Clubhouse had it not been for Cindy Lou, like helping me learn how to do
Holding your
things.
hand.
Holding my hand would be like a not even a good enough term, Cindy Lou. Like you were carrying me around in Clubhouse. but because of what you did and because of the thing that you helped me learn and stay there and do the things, I want you to know, because I'm not positive you've heard yet, but we just hit 515 people in our club on Clubhouse, which may not sound like big numbers to people listening, but to me, that's a big deal because we're impacting. We have stats, and we've impacted just in that one club, we have impacted 5,000 people. And I look at that and I think that's pretty amazing, and that's global as well. If you had not come along and done that, I would not. I know I wouldn't have still been on Clubhouse. Like I just wouldn't have, because it was too hard, I thought. but I look at that and I think you have impacted lives who are still impacting lives, who are then impacting other lives. Like it is that ripple effect. So publicly, again, I want to say thank you for not letting me just go off the app, because I didn't need to, but it was just too much. I didn't know how to use it. So I appreciate you for all the things you do, but I appreciate that in particular because these beautiful ladies, are part of that community that we're in every morning. Like that's another thing. We're together every morning, and it's really thanks to you, Cindy Lou, even though the time doesn't work that you can be with us always. You helping me be there is part of the reason we all get to spend time together. So I thank you for that out loud.
And I want to say thank you to you for being willing to accommodate my time when you were learning, because I knew it was outside of your block of normal times, but I was like, I can do it here, Kim, and I need you to do it with me. So she was like, okay. And I have to tell you, the happiest day was when you were like, I'm changing the time and I'm so sorry. And I'm like, no, you are ready to fly. If you are changing the time, you are feeling like you can do this, go fly, be.
It was a great bittersweet moment, Cindy Lou. I will say that the time was great because it changed it for, way for the better for us. But I was so sad because it did keep you from being able to be there every time. But, honestly, you and I did several hundred, and I mean that literally, I'm not just using that as an entrepreneur math. We literally did several hundred rooms together. And
yeah, I don't want to think about how many rooms I've done on Clubhouse.
Yeah, no, I can't even imagine. That's what I was just thinking. I don't know how many thousands of rooms you've done, but together you and I have done several hundred. That is impressive to have impacted that many people.
Yeah. I just hit 6,000 this week, followers.
I saw that today. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's
And
crazy.
Cindy Lou, I have to thank you from hundreds of people for pushing Kim to go on Clubhouse and keeping her on the app, because there's hundreds, if not into the 1,000 mark by now, that have connected with Kim. So if it hadn't been for you, with that little crowbar kind of pushing her along and making sure she stayed there, we wouldn't be here now. We wouldn't have had all these amazing interactions with her. And I think I can speak on behalf of everyone that Kim is certainly an amazing community member that we just love having around on the daily.
Yeah.
Aww. Thank you,
I agree.
Carrie. You're gonna make me cry again, and I don't want to run this mess.
Well, I've had my fair share. It's about time someone else took over. Oh, too good. All right. So, Cindy Lou, lots of amazing things learnt about you and your journey, and I'm sure there is so much more. We may have a Hope to Hope Cindy Lou conference of its own. Just saying.
I
Kim
am
loves
looking at
putting these
doing.
things
I
together.
am looking at doing a Be Bold You conference. So
Ooh,
Everybody
what's
in
this?
favor, raise your hand. Hurry, quick, raise your hand. Okay. It's
okay, so I have 4
unanimous.
guests.
I meant that you did it.
It's enough.
We
It's
were
enough.
volunteering.
Yep.
So I have
People
four
have-
guests to start.
People have created whole entire empires on one, so you're winning. You're fine.
Mhm. Watch this space, people. Watch this space. And
I might make you
certainly,
sing though.
that's okay. That's okay. That's good too. I think singing is a good thing. And definitely, Cindy Lou, you bring it on the singing level. Oh my gosh. Wow. Just have to say that as well. So I just appreciate you so much. And I'm so glad that we crossed paths because, again, back to the app, if it wasn't for that, none of us would have met. None of us would be connected. And there's hundreds of us in our community because we all spend a lot of time together and it's just amazing. And thank you for your time today. Thank you for coming here and sharing your story and certainly, giving us the other side of Cindy Lou that some of us, including me, didn't know. So thank you.
You're welcome. And thank you very much to all of you, Carrie, Linda, Melissa, and Kim. Bless you.
Thank you,
Love you,
Cindy
Cindy
Lou.
Lou.
Thank you.
All right, Kim, are we there? Did we make it? I think we've
Well,
done well.
We have one last thing, and then we need to also give the invite. Anyone who wants to join us on the Zoom meet and greet, we will be hopping on the Zoom meet and greet in like 2 minutes. But I do want to.
There's 2 minutes again, Carrie.
I'll be late.
Magical 2 minutes.
Okay, maybe Jill can open the Zoom for me and we can play the video. I want everyone to see the most amazing gift, and I think that is what it is. She used her gift and talent to give me a gift, and I want to play us out with a video that Linda made for the conference and for me. So I do want to play us out with that, and then everybody be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central, because I'm telling you, this is amazing, and we have another amazing lineup tomorrow. So if you ladies have anything last to say, I'm going to play the video. Nope. Okay. Here we go. And you all, please do join us on the Zoom. We will be there shortly. If you don't have the link, all you have to do is message us, or I was just thinking, if you don't have it, if you're not on our list to get the link, message us and we'll get it to you. So thank you, Linda, for this video. And here we go. When my 13-year-old son passed away 2 days after Thanksgiving in 2001, I went into shock. As the sun rose over the trees the next morning, I stared in disbelief. How could it just come up like nothing had happened? At that moment, I honestly felt like I was going to die from the pain and confusion I felt. How could the sun come up? How could I go on? I felt broken and raw. Over time, I began to heal and learned those cracked open places could be used for a purpose. I started to serve bigger, love others deeper, and started actually living my life again, even with the broken places. During my journey, I found so many other people with broken places who needed hope too. Several years ago, I set an audacious goal for serving others who were feeling discouraged or hopeless. I was given an opportunity to set up an online conference for others to share their stories and how they got past their brokenness. It was amazing to see how being vulnerable and sharing transparently impacted so many lives. So I did it again, then again, then again. Well, you get the point. Join me for the Hope to Hope conference as my guests tell their stories of overcoming in their personal lives and in their businesses. Some things are inflicted on us, and some things we inflict on ourselves. Either way, we all need hope. Hope that we can survive. Hope that we can heal. Hope that we can really live again.